Good morning and welcome to the stream. Today we're going to be doing more Hades Extreme, and should we manage to finish, get everyone a mount, then we will go on to Ruby Weapon. Good morning, Akira. How are you doing? Sorry about that. Naturally, as this will be a stream with me and my friends, that also means that we will be on voice chat. I am just waiting on everyone to get ready. And also, you will find, if you're interested, that Greensville or Thessa Yaskaret is also streaming their perspective. If you're interested in seeing that. It might take a few minutes before we really get underway. You know how it is. It's just a group of friends trying to get some mount farming done. It's not something that is super strictly set up so we can rush through it. We're probably also going to make a lot of mechanical mistakes. Last time, we were very lucky that Kasari was there to give us some hints on what things really mattered to deal with on the Hades encounter and the Innocence encounter for that matter. So it's not we're not going to be showing super high level prowess necessarily. However, what we are going to be showing is an incredible display of ignoring mechanics, which I hope will be equally as entertaining. Now, I will unmute, and then hopefully we will see some friends appear in the voice chat soon. Let me just let them know that we're about to start. And as I have said in the pinned comment, if you are in an EU data center, meaning chaos or light, then you are very welcome to join. If you also need the mount, then you will also be helped to get the mount, of course. We're not just going to move on when all of our people are finished. So naturally, you also get to have to participate in the mount farm if you are in the mount farm.
But it's clear for a friend.
Yeah, we're doing a clear for Natsuka because she's yet to clear on any of the stuff. She needs to have mount roulette.
Hey,
Expert roulette.
Tessa, is your mic lower than normal?
I have. Oh, did it mess up again? Alright.
No, you haven't
so
messed
it,
anything up, but your mic was
so
a
it,
little low.
Full up crashed on me.
Oh, your
Earlier when I
mic
woke
crashed.
up today. Yeah, it wouldn't mute when I wanted it to mute, and then I did the good old turn it on, turn it off again by unplugging and plugging it back in, because generally my PC doesn't recognize it for some stupid reason.
Ah,
And
yes.
then,
Is that what tech support said?
Yeah, totally.
Also, hey
And
Kasari, how are you doing? Do you want to
some
come
reason,
along
I don't
again,
know what's
Kasari?
going
Then
on.
you can. If you're busy, that's
It's
also
even,
okay. Or if you'd rather watch
OBS
us.
wasn't picking up on it. I generally have it connected to the NVIDIA broadcast, but for some reason it wasn't picking it up. Like, it just straight up wasn't picking up through NVIDIA. And then I decided, well, I guess I don't mind, having it just pick up as the mic as is, but generally it picks up my fan noise, but it shockingly isn't. It refuses to.
Oh, Kasari is coming. They're already on
Oh, nice.
chaos. We were lucky. Our savior.
The markers.
The mark. I think I saved the markers.
Oh, the markers.
The Marcus.
But that's for Dead Space, though.
Wow, we are actually really close to a full party.
You played Dead Space, right, Kai?
No.
I play it.
No. No. I don't like scary games.
I would necessarily say it's not a scary game. People will consider that to be one of the like spookiest in a certain era, and I played it. I was like, what?
Dead Space 1. So the only thing I'll talk about it. So basically, Dead Space 1 is not really that bad. The worst, I think, for me, honestly, was like Dead Space 2 when you had to do the eye thing.
Oh, I like that part. Sorry, not liked. The term is I didn't really care about it.
I couldn't do it. Well, I could do it because I had to because it's part of the story, but I just could not. It's like, ugh.
Right. So just to go over role situation, we need 2 tanks for the intermission, and technically we only need. I don't think we need 2 healers, but given that last time there was a mechanic that was a bit brutal, then with only 1 healer, it might be beneficial to have 2 healers if we can. Everyone
How about
else.
this? I turned it higher.
Everyone
Is it too
else should pretty much be a DPS if possible. So now what I know is that Moss has, I believe, significantly better tank gear than the DPS gear. And Sib, of course, has Sib is our local healer main. And I will be playing warrior because first of all, my best gear is tank. And also warrior is insane. That will also help.
Confusing me a bit. You're clearly playing as a blue DPS.
That is correct. I'm actually playing Berserker. It's the secret super job.
Exactly. Yeah.
It actually makes bloodwetting reduce your damage reduction and make your hit harder. Could you imagine? Good morning, Lawrence. How are you doing?
Oh, by the way, is my mic still low? I can technically send it to 11.
You don't have to change anything. Before, my setting for you was just a moment. Before, your setting was like 86% for me, so I just increased it a bit. It would have been a much bigger problem if I was like right-click you in Discord and go, oh well, you're already at 200%.
Yeah, because generally I keep this thing because it's got little dials at the bottom. Generally, I keep it at the second to last dial, which is super quiet. And I have it on max, but I technically can go to 11 for it, basically. It goes past the little dial indicators, which is kind of funny.
Natsuko, have you seen that your mic is muted? Are you sure it's Discord messing up?
No, I remember she always has Discord problems.
Whoa, what's up? What's going on with Discord? It just straight up practically died on me. There we go. Better now.
It died on you, but we can still hear you. That is fascinating.
Yeah, the window literally went black.
Natsuko, do you need a moment to see if you can get it fixed, or should we... It says connecting. Okay, then try and close Discord and reopen it. Like, completely shut it down and open it again, Natsuko. And then it might work.
Turning it on and turning it off again.
It's not that there's anything wrong with you just being able to hear me via the stream. It's more that my stream is 5 seconds 5 seconds delayed or so, something like that. So if we need to tell you something that is a little bit time sensitive, then it is a problem.
It's usually about 4 to 5, yeah. I just need to quickly do something. I'll be 2 seconds, and by that I mean I need to go through my glam dresser so I can equip booty shorts because Aria requested booty shorts for the farming.
Fair enough.
I mean, if it helps.
I need to make sure I'm on the right glam.
Okay, Zuko says it isn't working. I'm guessing Aria is listening in through Mars. Right, then that means that we're just about ready. We also have one space left, so if there's anyone in the stream that is in an EU data center and wants to come along, then let us know. Then we can have player 8.
Full party, my god.
My god.
Oh, I love the full party X bonus.
It's a weapons, it's a past Metal Gear. A full party.
I mean, technically. I mean, have you seen some of the stuff full parties have beaten up?
Yeah, they beat up P8S, P4S, something S.
All the S's.
Lawrence says they would like to join. You can see the information in the pinned comment. We are on Chaos Louisoire. So if you're not on Chaos, you will need to log out to the character selection, right click your character name in the top right, and choose data center travel. Or something like that. And then jump to Chaos Louisoire. If you are on Chaos, then visit an Aetheryte in Lemselemensa, Gridania, or Uldar. And then simply choose Louisoire. When you are on the server, let me know. Akira says, your Scholar guide helped me. Awesome. And also, there's a lot of button bloat on Scholar. That is correct. Scholar is among the jobs where I don't have space for my teleport button. Scholar is also deceivingly extra button bloated because some scholars will simply not put place and heal on their bars, and you should have place and heal on your bars. And that adds just like an extra 2.
All the bars.
Yeah.
2, 4,
I like having
7,
all the bars
8,
active.
All the bars.
I have 9 hot bars active.
I have a macro which hides the extra ones, because the extra ones I use specifically for emotes.
Yeah. Oh, I keep them on the screen.
And my
I think I have 6. Akira says, I'm a controller, so the pet hotbar is separated. Well, on keyboard, you can actually just have an extra bar. It's just pretty common that people choose to hide it because there's a lot of things on it that you might not need.
There you go, Aria, I got you. I changed into booty shorts for you.
But just make sure you do whatever works for you, of course. Akira. The key thing is that when I'm making my guides, I teach how to use your buttons and all that, and I show where I put the buttons so that those that feel that is helpful can follow along. But beyond this, I do believe that each and every individual player needs to do what they feel is best when they're making their keybinds. Just copying mine doesn't always help. Some players it helps. Is Lawrence arrived yet?
I feel it's more about your hand movements.
I think now that I think about it, I don't think I have Lawrence on this character.
Well, I tend to just smash my head in on my keyboard and it tends to work out.
I mean, if you do it enough, technically, you'll eventually push beetles and a whale.
So Lawrence, okay, let me just take a moment to show how you do data center travel and all that. So I've logged out here.
Guy's gone.
I click start.
The party's in shambles.
I right click my character and say visit another data center or another world server. And if I say wanted to visit, I'm not going to do it now, but if I wanted to visit Alpha Light, I choose this, click confirm, and then it'll put me out to the menu screen and wait a few minutes. And then when it's done, it will actually send me there, so that we'll be there. And I would be able to find this character next to my my Lalafell. So you need to do it like this, and then just let it force you over to the server.
You're the right arm.
It's okay, Lawrence. Data center travel is one of the least intuitive things in the game.
Can you guess what I am?
It is something that gets asked about quite often, actually, how to data center travel. So
A random cocoa pearl has appeared.
oh, Coco, it's gun smokes. Coco isn't far enough in the game to join us, I believe.
Well, they are a sprout. I think that kind of indicates.
I don't know, I've
Nope,
seen
that
sprouts
does
in
not indicate anything, Sip. You can be a sprout and be level 90.
in-game
I mean,
content.
I meant story-wise.
You can be a sprout and have completed Endwalker.
Can
Yeah.
you?
Yes, you
Yeah,
I don't
can.
know. I was.
If
a
I remember
sprout.
correctly,
Never.
the requirements to be a sprout is 1, age of account, and 2, progression. And you will lose your sprout icon after a certain amount of time, but I believe that time is shorter if you complete the story. Something like that. It's a little complicated.
Well,
But
when
yeah,
got
I
to
have
Shadowbringers-
seen sprouts in P5.
Yeah. I lost
Yeah.
my sprout symbol as soon as I got to Shadowbringers.
Yeah, it also
Same.
took you 40 years to get to Shadowbringers.
No.
Yeah, it did.
Look, I had to level all those alt jobs, okay?
It was a requirement.
Yeah, that's why my leveling looks so an absolute mess.
Let me know when... Oh, there you are. Lawrence, you may find it extremely difficult to survive if you're not level 90. Just so you know. Cesar, can I have lead?
Yes, completed.
Cesar,
Oh, I'm lead? My bad.
apparently.
Sometimes I loves being lead.
I mean, Lancer, L, I mean, they kind of go hand in hand.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of mechanics that do a lot of damage, and we might not be able to save you if you're not level 90. We are basically banking on our absurd amounts of HP to brute force a lot of things. So if you die, Lawrence, then we'll have to take it from there.
Yeah. We'll wing it.
We'll see how it goes. On that note,
But technically the level requirement.
yes, but
Once I got off on a joke.
Mouse says, as the words of Ivan Drago, if he dies, he dies. Look how they massacred my boy.
Fake
Everyone
sword
is ready.
All of the overshielding.
Yeah,
See, when we're this many, if we can do decent damage, the only mechanic that really worries me is
the mid phase.
the meteors and the healing thing.
Ooh.
The meteor and the circles.
Yeah.
But you just gotta get hit by one of them.
Yeah.
I love circles. They're so smooth.
There's a lot of
they have no
mechanics that
edges.
happen in this fight, so it might be easier for you to just see how it goes, Lawrence. I can say that a lot of the mechanics in this first phase happens twice. There's also the part where I need to remember what mechanics matter. Yeah, I need to find a pull timer.
Yeah, make sure you give it a long.
Unfortunately, I have it to just 20 seconds. I can set it lower if you feel like it's a bit much. Akira says, so you are playing as a healer.
I mean, technically you are.
Technically, as a warrior, yeah.
I thought we agreed that it's berserker.
I'm playing green tank DPS. I have just realized I didn't click unsynced, so we're going to white extremely quickly and then go out and go again.
Well, it seems only a couple of us actually remembered this.
In my defense, no one else noticed either.
No. I don't know, we managed to do 20% of his health unsynced. That's pretty good.
Yeah, but you gotta remember this is the normal run.
No, this is extreme. We're level 80.
Ah.
The problem isn't. The problem is us, not him. He's very much as powerful as he needs to be. I realized when I didn't have primal rend when I clicked inner release. Ow.
Well, my swift cast.
Well, this is basically part of the course with me as lead. It's bound to happen that I'll queue for either the wrong encounter first time or I'll make something else wrong. I wasn't looking at the mechanic that killed me. I thought it was this one for some reason. That's why I didn't do anything. But I think it's pretty reassuring that we can get this far.
69%. I mean, it's nice. I mean, now,
is this a case of why won't you let me die? Mars with the 8 vuln stacks.
It's okay, I believe in the healers. They can carry. They can do 60%. Oh, I was actually kind of hoping they would survive.
Double kill! Alright, so now we hop out and get it unsynced correctly.
Look, I don't want to be that guy, but I think we could do it.
No.
Phase one, we certainly could.
No, we cannot.
We would have to know all the mechanics.
We would, first of all, we would need to know all of the mechanics, and we would need to really, really bring it. I can see that Lawrence is not getting synced down, that's for certain. So it's a bit important. Do you know how to leave an encounter, Lawrence? You open your the same thing you would look for your duty finder, and then you just click leave party.
Discord straight up crashed.
So you you go to where you would go to find your duty finder. Oh, there, you got it. All right. Now let's see if I can do it right this time. Unrestricted party. There we go. I think the reason why it didn't occur to me is because we were 8.
Yeah. Because they let us.
Yeah, exactly. It wouldn't have let us if we were 7. Then we'd have to go in and get the unrestricted party. And even if I had made sure that everything was right before we started, then I had logged out and logged in again. Now, this looks more like it. You have like
I
3
like
or
to be
4,
lazy.
like anywhere between 2 and 3 times more HP.
You know, the funny thing is, I should have clocked that like half my abilities were missing.
Yeah.
See, Dragoon doesn't miss much. All we miss is an extra life surge. That's it.
And an
I
extra
lose my
spine
alpha
shatter, and your bot and your step 3 combos also look weird. And when you finish 2 combos, you don't get Wormwind Frost. Quite a lot missing, I'd say.
Spread out.
Akira says, I think Summoner is the most popular job in the game. I'm not sure how you would be able to, like, how it would be, like, what way you would be able to test this. We might be able to check it by, looking at something like logs. That might be able to give us an insight as to how many that actually use the, or at least uses the job in... Oh, so go to the spot in the arena where there is not an orb. Arya? Arya over there just being like, you can't stop me. I've already started my melee combo.
I mean, we're high enough level, we can tank it.
Yeah, she managed to survive.
Yeah, with 500 health.
I mean, I'm more impressed than anything else. Gunsmokes, Coco Pearl says, you guys have the shiniest house in Ishgard. Yes!
Why, yes, we do.
Oop. So the important thing is you don't want to point those beams at tanks. You do not want to point them at tanks or other players. Because if a tank gets hit by that, we die. And if we die, the meteor lands and then you die.
I'm just happy I wasn't tethered for once.
Ah, I died.
That's fine.
Oh boy.
It's just my natural state, it's okay.
Akira suggests Dancer or Reaper might also be very popular. Right, so you get a debuff of either fire or ice. If you get fire, you want to play with the ice one, I believe, if I remember correctly.
If I had
I think we got the right one for the tanks. Yeah, you want to make it so that if you have the red debuff, you want to talk with the one with the ice orbs. You have the blue one, and also these beams, you want to make sure that you don't get the ones that match. Basically, the debuff you get makes you take way more damage from the matching one. Okay, there's a good chance that the easier jobs in the game are more popular. I would also guess that jobs that do the most damage might look deceivingly popular. The problem with this, with figuring out what the most popular jobs are in the game, is in the fact, oh boy.
I just need to be hit once. Be a little off kilter. I missed my chance.
That's
Oh,
a
wow.
lot of death.
We missed our chance getting hit. Someone move the sphere.
There was a lot of moving. So do you specifically need the
DPS have to be hit by one sphere.
I know, you need to be hit by one, but what if there's 3 overlapping? Does that matter?
I have not tested that. I can test it next time.
But the reason why it can be difficult to figure out exactly what the most popular jobs are in the game is because a large amount of players will have many jobs at max level, so knowing what jobs have been leveled most might not tell you very much.
A nice little bit of an intermission.
I would say that I'm willing to agree on the Summoner being extremely popular for Savage, because if there's a job that often is filled immediately when you go into, like when you're going into Party Finder for Savage encounters, it's almost always Summoner that is filled out immediately. So that might be a decent sign. And Kasadi says, if you get hit by more than one, you will die. So that is important. We need to make sure that we are not standing perfectly on top of each other with those donut AoEs.
Yeah.
Akari says, someone made a graph of what jobs are popular based on gear. Again, I would say that that might be difficult, because then they are basing the popularity of a job entirely on whether they are being played in Savage. And it might be inaccurate, because some jobs might be significantly better or significantly more popular outside of Savage, for example. But as you say, Akira, you took it with a grain of salt, and it is exactly the best we can do is make like educated guesses. Remember, there's a knockback here. There's a knockback.
Knockback first.
I was tough.
But you also have all those Savage Raider things where they're like, oh, well, one job per class.
Yeah, exactly. But that's not just a Savage Raider thing. It is generally a good idea to do that.
Yeah, because of the limit break.
Yep.
So, how come I was the one who got all of the spheres on my side? What the heck?
Was Moz dead when that mechanic was targeting?
I don't know.
Akira says, I know for sure that Black Mage isn't popular though. It is probably less popular simply because it's so difficult. That's also why I say that there's a good chance that easier jobs just score higher, because they're easier, then people are more likely to choose them.
I don't have to do it. I was about to say, wait a minute, why do I have to do the time action event?
Maybe you died as it was targeting?
Imagine dying at 450.
Man, I'm so good, I failed it.
Oh no.
Woe is me. Well, if it pops up for you, it is healthy to do it anyway. In Seed of Sacrifice, normal, I believe it is, if anyone fails, you wipe.
Yeah,
which was really funny when we were doing it with Miara. They had problems because they didn't know how to mash hard enough.
Oh yeah, go on to C for the safe spot.
Oh right.
Wait,
the magic save, yeah, it is like a weirdly effective save spot if you stand exactly on it. It's so stupid that it works.
It's not stupid, it works. If it works, it's not stupid.
Nakira says, everyone loves Samurai and Reaper. Samurai tends to get a lot of love because... Oh boy. Kasadi had a save there, I think. Remember, we actually have to stand in the pillars and stuff. I got a bit too sleepy there, but fortunately Kasadi saved us all. But the save spot is specifically for those circle AoEs
Donuts.
that come in from the side.
It's for the fun donut time.
So these.
Like
So now you want to run to the safety of C.
Alright, just gonna be like, yeah, I'm gonna tank it. It's fine.
If you're a job with a lot of mobility, you don't have to stand on C. It's just that it tends to be easier to just say, nah, I'm just standing on C. And Akira says, everyone loves Samurai and Reaper because of anime. Well, that sounds right. It doesn't help, well, rather I should say, it certainly also helps that Samurai and Reaper, well, Samurai tends to be the highest performing DPS job, like, for personal damage. And Reaper, right now, well, it is the easiest melee job to level because it starts at 70. It is, according to like a majority of players, the easiest DPS job in the game. Well, the easiest melee DPS job. And it does a lot of damage. Like, it's very close to Samurai. So if you find Samurai a little too difficult, then play Reaper. It deals almost the same, like, overall DPS, and it's way easier to play.
Reaper is popular for the same reason Dark Knight is. It's edgy.
That is also a reason.
All the edge.
But I do think that Summoner might still win out on that one, simply because ranged makes it even easier. If you can enter the raids that we are just inside, that would be fine. Can I get Arya to click yes for mouse? If he's the one that hasn't clicked yes.
Time ran out.
Aww.
Okay, then we wait until Mouse is back. Mouse has to be a dad for a moment.
Yeah, it's not like he's Ooh.
That went pretty well, all things considered. So the key things that need to happen a little bit differently is so when the intermission starts, you see the meteors happening in north and south, and then they like appear clockwise. Those are, I'm just recounting this for Lawrence. Those are tank mechanics. You don't want to stand in those circles because you will actually die. However,
I stood in one of them because no one was stood in it.
They will appear in an order so that Mouse and I can do them. If we start north and south and go clockwise, then we will make it. You just have to trust that we will make it. I go south and Mouse goes north, and then we will make it. If Mouse isn't north or I'm not south, my advice is either announce it clearly so that we know that it isn't being done, or otherwise let it happen so that we realize that it isn't being done. Second of all, in that same mechanic, DPS and healers will randomly be targeted by beams from Nabrialis, right? I think it was Nabrialis. And those beams shoot cones out at players. These cones give you a magic vulnerability debuff. That means that if you get hit by 2 of them at the same time, you immediately die. So 2 players should not be standing anywhere near each other with those beams. Also, the meteors do magic damage, so if you overlap it with a tank, the tank dies when they get hit by the meteor, and if the tank dies getting hit by the meteor, then they will not block the damage from the meteor, and the meteor does lethal damage if they don't get blocked. So, the difficult part there is actually for healers and DPS. You need to find a spot in the arena to stand with your beam where you're not pointing it at anyone else. And doing it wrong will kill potentially 2 players at once. So it gets a little bit scary. And Lawrence, if you want to be where the rest of the group is, you can find me on your friends list and use what's it called?
Estate teleportation.
Exactly, estate teleportation, and then choose the free company housing.
Oh, I need to get that mount. I'm close to getting it.
Yeah, me and Arya worked hard.
Oh, I need to finish the Nazi tribe.
I've done all the tribes enough to get the mount, but that's about it.
Hey!
I need to do the pixies
Hey!
on the dwarves at the moment.
Why? Hey, Kasadi go in that mount again? Hey, Sip, come over here. Kasadi, can you go in the Mismeef or whatever it's called again? Come, Sip under me.
You're all different heights.
This is a bit silly.
Wow.
I'm sure if we had a Rogadon, they'd be at the top.
Presumably. Or same height. It's incredible how perfectly spaced we are. Is everyone ready again?
Always.
That's funny.
Natsuko said no. Oh, let me just check my notes. No one had gotten the mount yet, right?
No.
We just got totems.
Yep. Well, in that case, I know that all 6 of the free company part of the team needs the mount, and if I remember correctly, Kwasadi said they already had it. And then Lawrence needs it.
Yeah, I'll do some ritual praise.
Ritual praise.
Oh.
Lawrence says, played as a dancer, but I felt like a dragoon.
I can't remember the dragoon joke I said yesterday in the shout chat. I was gonna do it because Teaser was here.
You said something about how they were raised.
Why a dragoon's great, as you can tell by how they were raised. Haha. It's damn full of dragoon mains is that they die a lot.
Yeah.
Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba.
Spread out.
So that mechanic, the best you can do is try to not stand on top of anyone else, and the second hit hits the exact same spot as the first one, so if you sidestep to a safe spot, you will not get hit. Of course, if you're level 90, you can probably live it by just sheer force of will.
Yeah. I'm accurate.
No, this is my spot. You cannot kill me after my spot.
Go to the empty part of the arena. Oh! So fast. Right, so the first intermission part requires that I'm south and Mars you're north. The first one spawns like almost exactly on like 12 o'clock and 6 o'clock if I remember correctly. And everyone else, you're fighting the boss, but make sure your beams aren't overlapping with anyone. It can help by like sort of choosing fixed spots you stand at, but given that the tanks in the outer ring will be moving around, you have to move. And that will not work, Lawrence. Nope. Nope.
Ow.
Oh, one of the types
Got hit with
disappeared.
2.
Yep. This is what I meant, Lawrence.
Is it ate it?
You cannot stand there with the beam, because then you're going to kill me, and I cannot wait. I have to go when the meteor appears.
Well,
It's
turns
okay,
out I
Lawrence.
can change
But
the,
now you
what do you call it?
saw what happens. Now you know. It's okay.
Well, it turns out I can tank the meteors, which is good.
Yeah, who needs
Yeah, that is
tanks when
good.
you have healers?
I'm guessing that everyone can survive tanking it. It's just that it's better if we have fixed positions for that. And just choosing to say the tanks do it is also what you would do normally. Also because specifically the tanks are the people that have no other things that they need to do. So it's just unnecessary to demand that everyone does it.
Come on, Prime, do the thing. Do it.
Okay, Autobots, roll out! No, the other Prime. Oh.
Alrighty. I just need to be hit by one.
We also need a lot more healing.
I felt
That's
dead.
fine. I got petrified, but I saved the day. I think.
I don't think there's anything leading up to that mechanic that requires us to stand somewhere specific, so it might be helpful to have fixed positions for tanks and healers leading up to that. Like something like all tanks and healers stack on A, and then one, I guess I can do it, stand slightly off from A so that there is a spot for DPS to get hit on.
But then I can't be my stereotypical Dragoon.
But I wanna die.
Yeah, just
It's
make sure
cupcake
that
time.
off the edge.
Again,
I have
the
to be in
majestic.
my natural state.
my natural state. Oh yeah, there are meteors in the back now. I can't see a thing. Not a thing.
I messed up. Oh. Goodbye, rotation.
What?
I
Did
messed
you
up my
get
rotation.
high prisoned?
No, I hit the wrong button.
Oh.
I messed up my rotation. It is what it is.
Oh, knockback first. Knockback first.
I just hit zip, it's fine.
I mean, if you're always feeling a bit fruity, I can always rescue you off the edge.
I would not doubt it.
But it's okay, Lawrence. It's okay to make mistakes. The best way to learn a boss mechanic is to see it happen. The best way to learn from your mistakes is to make them. So the only reason why I'm like really highlighting the mistake is to highlight what went wrong, why it went wrong, so that you can learn quicker. It is not to like point out that you're bad or something like that. Everyone has to learn mechanics first. I think last time we did Mount Farm, we wiped to that mechanic like 2 or 3 times.
Oh, totally.
Because we weren't sure what we could or couldn't get away with. It's always very easy for us to say, oh, well, we know how it's done.
Well, we also went from fighting Immaculate, where we just basically cheesed everything.
Yeah.
Completely disrespected all of the mechanics, to then going
Yeah,
to
that's what we-
Hades, where he's like, disrespect my mechanics? I think not.
Yep.
I mean, you say that, but we still disrespected 0412's mechanics as well.
Oh yeah, we did. That was like the only way to get through it.
Yeah. Alright, C. Oh, you were standing a quarter of an inch off from the exact pixel perfect coordinates.
Yeah, you gotta be right on the center.
You have to be right.
It's absurdly specific. If you don't feel confident doing that, then it's okay to just try and do the mechanic properly. Oh, I'll go to the right. Or we just kill the boss. That's also an option, I suppose. Mount drop.
Oh, hey, look, mount drop.
Ooh,
And everyone
yes.
that needs it, just need. And then let me make sure to announce who gets it. Well, it sounds like Mouse might not be the one that gets it. 69. Well, I got 76, but Sip got it.
Yeah, I got 87 or something.
Nice.
Ah. Zip, you should have gone in the box with me.
Did I not do the box?
No, you should have gone in the box with me, is what I was saying.
Oh.
That was one.
It's because I didn't rescue you off the edge, that's why you didn't get it.
I meant for you to join me in the box while it's open. Mecha Bahamut. That's for getting all the dragons, yeah?
What?
Mecha Bahamut.
Are you saying mega? Are you saying mega or mecha?
Mecha.
What about it?
So you get that for all the dragons, yeah?
You know,
I don't think it's called. I don't know if it's Mecha Bahamut. Lauren says, "Can you explain the beam mechanic again?" I'm assuming you mean the one that where you have with the cones, right? So, in the intermission, Nabrialis spawns. We all have to kill him, so we're attacking him as best we can while dealing with the mechanic. The tanks will be dealing with meteors in the outer ring of the arena. They do magic damage. We have discovered that anyone can take them, but we are explicitly choosing that the tanks are taking them so that no one else is. So the tanks will be standing at range and dealing with the meteors. In the meantime, DPS and healers will randomly be targeted by beams going from Nabrialis out to you. If you have one, then at some point he will do a cone AoE in your direction. So like, you know, like shaped like a cone, with you in the center. That does magic damage and gives you a magic vulnerability debuff, and everyone that gets hit by it. If you have the magic vulnerability debuff, then any magic damage that you will take will do 9, like just 8 9s of damage. You will die immediately if you get hit by any magic in the next like 3 seconds. And these cones will line up exactly so that cone, meteor drops, cone, meteor drops, or something like that. So if you point the beams at anyone else, then they will probably die to the next thing that hits them. It's very important that you don't stand near anyone else with them. And a key tip is that you can see, so you can see where I am. I'm just going to use some markers to teach here. So I will be going this way round, right? So you will see like circles spawn in this path. If I'm standing here on A and you have the beam and you can see the circles start to appear on B, I'm going to go there before your beam resolves, which means that I will get hit and I cannot do anything about it. So you have to move with your beam or we both die. And the thing is that you can't just you cannot elect, say, oh, it's fine, I'll just take the meteor too, because you will have the magic vulnerability debuff and promptly die. So as you say, don't point them at the other players. I hope that makes sense. It of course also applies with Mouse over on the other side. He will be going clockwise as well. Gasali says, essentially go to the clone you're tethered to and point it outwards, far from the tanks. That is a good... I think that is probably a better tip, because I'm just like vaguely saying don't point it at other players. The thing is that the DPS and healers that don't have a tether can more easily play around if you're going somewhere. The tanks can't. So hanging out near the DPS and healers that don't have a tether might be safer because they can help you, while the tanks cannot.
Mouse just sneaking up on.
Whoops.
The boss.
Let me just make my pull timer a little bit shorter. I feel like 20 seconds is a little rich for what we're doing.
But I need that extra 10, man. I got it.
I got to have it. I need it, man. You don't understand.
I need the 10, man.
I need a number 10. But the most important thing, Lawrence, is also that this is an excellent way to like practice learning boss mechanics and things like that. Like, as you can see, whether you get it perfectly correct, we will still kill the boss. So doing your best to try and get it right is also a matter of you learning. This is something that actually came up on stream yesterday. We talked about how difficult it is to get into savage raiding and stuff like that, and I specifically highlighted that find the open spot, that old content unsynced is an excellent way to get some practice on doing complicated boss mechanics, because it's a lot less punishing to make mistakes in unsynced. So this is the perfect place to learn. Naturally, Lawrence is at a bigger disadvantage because of gear and level.
Talking
But
about
still,
super easy getting to savage raiding. You just got to go into those clear for friend lobbies because you know they're just practice lobbies.
Exactly.
right.
I mean, honestly, can you actually ever? Oh,
What's your
I can say I've
beans?
ever.
Oh
cleared
boy.
once
I
clear
think we're
for
going to
friend
have.
lobby.
Oh boy. Somehow it worked out.
Yeah, there's only ever been once that I've done a clear for friend lobby where we didn't
Everyone
wipe
survived.
constantly.
Awesome.
That was also Emerald.
I love having to wait for the enemy to finish casting his spell so we can kill him.
I
Yeah.
know, it's so rude. He should just.
I wish.
You know.
Could you imagine if players could do that?
Yeah.
No, you can't
make
kill me
PvP
now.
so
I'm
much
doing
easier.
my
A black mage would be the best job in the game. Well, you see, I never finish. Oh, we need to switch. We need to switch. So make sure that your debuff is opposite to what you're attacking.
Fine.
Perfect. Okay, so tanks and healers congregate around A. I'm just saying, it doesn't really matter. The point is that we want to stand together. And then one person has to stand off a line so that the DPS has somewhere to die. Oh, I think I might have made a mistake there.
Yeah.
Can you actually die from this now? That's what I'm wondering.
Yeah. Ooh, I did. Ooh, I'm petrified.
Well,
Hell yeah.
But
I
you
lived.
survived.
I took 3 petrifications. Let's go.
Oh yeah.
the
Rock
time
hard.
certainly made it easier to heal.
If I remember correctly, the donuts... the donuts don't actually kill you, they just do damage. You don't
I'm
want to be
gonna
stacked
die.
for that. You don't want to be stacked for that. Those give magic vulnerability. But yeah, the problem is that we need to make sure that the DPS dies, but simultaneously tanks and healers need to be healed fully.
I like how I was literally at between 1 and B, and I stopped at the edge, absolute edge of the arena with 3 stacks of petrification.
I'm proud of you.
Well, you get the petrification from the glare mechanic.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
you were
you think
you were
that's,
standing on the edge of the arena while looking at us.
Let me hit you. We get it. You're scary.
We got it. Yeah. Noted. We have beholden you.
Oops. I'm off to heal it. Oh.
Oh, Raziel is here. and also welcome to the Cult of the Pink. That was very surprising. It's been a while, Raziel. Thank you so much.
Beat up his
Well, it is
hand.
pay week.
I keep hitting. I keep not hitting control.
I can't remember when I saw you on stream last, Raziel. Oh, remember, knockback first.
I already got bonked. I mean, slipped.
She got yeeted.
Yeah, I slipped off the edge. Too much ice. Oh. Well, at least I already
Because I gave you my eye by accident.
Who did you give your eye to?
The sage.
Well, the Sage is the Savage Raider among us, so. Kasadi over here doing P8S.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, the keyboard mashing.
Oh, the keyboard mashing.
Wait, you guys
I-
mash keys? I just press one button and it doesn't really work.
I mean, I discovered after having completed most of Shadowbringers that you can use your keyboard for it. I thought you had to click the button on the screen for too long.
I discovered that in Stormblood.
See,
Yeah, I thought so too until I broke too many mouses, so I didn't want to.
you
Then I
broke
realized,
too many
I can just
mouses?
mash these. Yeah, playing FPSs, you'll go through your quick limit real fast.
Tessa over here breaking mouse.
Oh, we're gonna do a quadruple tap. Epic.
Meteor. Bonk. Explosions!
I mean, technically we can limit break because we're getting 2 bars now.
Are
Oh,
we?
yeah.
Are we?
Yeah,
Oh,
we had
yeah,
2 bars at the end of that.
Oh, wow, we almost got 3.
Wow. Quick healer LB. Oh no, healers on here. Tanks, quick LB. We need it. Oh, thank God you saved us.
Whew. Alright, just one moment. Thank you, Raziel, and welcome to the Cult of the Pink. Just as a little refresher on the membership stuff. The being a member both gives you a green name in the chat. It also gives you access to a few emotes for the channel. And
Wait, there's more.
of course it also puts a little gem next to your name, which I drew myself. If you are in the Discord, you want to make sure that you are have your YouTube account connected to your... Oh, Lauren says I have to go. That's all right. Thank you for joining.
Yes, thank you.
And if you have your YouTube account connected to your Discord account and you are in the Discord, your name will automatically become pink, and you will have a special role attached to it. That is of course optional, and it does not give you access to like any secret channels or anything. So if you prefer to have these things disconnected from each other, that is totally fine. I believe Tracy has that as well. Just
Are you talking about
has
the
them
super
disconnected from
secret,
each other.
chat channel? It's called YouTube.
Well, actually, that is a thing. If you are a member, they will also occasionally put up polls for members specifically on usually something like what happens, like what order job guides come out, or what kind of streams people want to see. For example, I was doing PvP streams, then I asked the members what do they actually want to see, and basically everyone said we want to see daily roulettes. So that's the streams we've been doing recently. And I will ask about these things regularly. So that is a great way if you want to have a direct influence on what kind of content I make on the channel. Anyway, if you are not in the Discord, let me just post a link to that. Whoops. I'll go over a bit more detail about the Discord server later in the stream, I think. But again, thank you, Raziel.
Ari, I don't know why you had so much time getting the code, because for me, I was just like, oh, hey, here's my receipt. They're like, okay, cool.
What?
Here's your code. Talking about the
American mount.
The peanut Butterfinger mount.
Yeah.
Is everyone ready to go again?
I can't get. Yeah, I'm ready.
Sorry.
I'm just having a coffee because it's healthy.
Grasani says, Almagest, put your healers to the test. Almagest, that's the crazy mechanic from O4S, isn't it?
You mean the one we cheese?
One of them. I think Almagest is the one that puts like an absolutely insane dot on everyone.
Yeah, didn't we just usually burn
Raziel says, hi, I don't come very often, but I thought of joining before my attempt at Baldessian Arsenal today. And there's the ninja pole. Well, we don't have any markers, so...
It's fine.
I don't know about you guys.
I believe in the floor.
I believe in the floor. And Raziel says, I continue to support from the shadows. Well, thank you. Thank you so much, Raziel. I really appreciate it. And more importantly, we will all pray for good luck in your Baldessian Arsenal run today. Right, guys?
Yeah, BA. How can you do that?
It depends. How much am I getting paid?
You're not getting paid.
Lalafell luck is quite a powerful tool. I don't think you want to, be playing around with it.
Hey, your payment zip is...
I'm pretty sure I have given you a lot of head pats just this week.
If I type /pat me, I'll find out. I've got over 132.
Does it? So I'm guessing it does not actually attribute it to an individual, huh?
No. It does if you do it in.
Pretty sure that at
dungeon.
least 10 plus of those is me, unless it doesn't actually count them if I have emote log turned off.
No, it does.
How do you keep track of how many head pats you receive?
Fight Club.
Through
Fight Club. Through Fight Club.
Yeah, through Fight Club. Through unspeakable means.
Through dark magic.
Stop casting and let us kill you, damn it.
I think it's an extremely interesting way to make mechanics difficult. To just make it so that if you get hit by 2 mechanics in quick succession, it is lethal.
Instant lethal.
Oh, I need to burn this up so I can get the blood lilies so I can make one of them die instantly. Ah, much better.
Oh, switch.
Oh wow, I'm not fire this time. I was fire like 3 times in a row.
Well, that's Square Enix RNG for you.
Yeah, I'm always fire.
You try to assume that you know what you're getting, then you don't know what you're getting.
Fool, you thought you were getting fired, but it's me, Dio.
Kono Dio da! Oh boy.
I lived.
Somehow, we all made
Yeah,
it.
I keep forgetting about the.
I got 4
petrification.
petrifications.
And you got 4.
I got 4.
They call him Thessa, the petrification master. Gotta catch them all.
I do love my Pokemon.
And Raziel says, isn't it what they tried to do with Vuln stacks, but less violent? That get hit 2 times, you die. I think that was sort of what they did in Delubrum Reginae, yeah? Instead of giving you Vuln stacks, it just said if you get hit twice, you're dead. Whether that's better or worse, I would say getting hit twice, you're dead is a lot worse. The difference is also that well, in this particular case, it's a mechanic you have to get hit by, but they specifically don't want to get hit by 2 of them. So to make sure you don't, they give you the insta kill if you get hit the second time. In current Savage Raid tiers, I believe the system is that if you get hit by a mechanic you could have avoided, you get a damage down, because as it turns out, remember there's meteors in the back.
I know.
Oh, I'm talking to Mouse. The reason why I'm going up north there is because the boss is up north and I don't have any ranged attacks.
Yeah, sounds like a warrior issue.
It is a warrior issue. It's specifically not a paladin issue.
Now, see, you just have to convince Square Enix to give Warrior a
Knock
rank.
back first.
Yeah, just like how they should give monks a raid.
A what?
I think monks should have a raid.
But they have enlightenment. It's
They're
a
talking
10,
about they throw their
it's 10
fist.
whole yawns.
Yeah. Just throw your fist, you know?
Yeah.
They have tried a bunch of different things, Raziel, to try and make players respect the mechanics. I think the damage down one they're doing now is one of the best ways to make players respect mechanics. They actually have a damage down mechanic on Hades. It is the stand on C mechanic.
Oh, my fingers are too cold to go faster than 3.5.
Hey, imagine not getting 4.84.
How I managed to
Not
get
the masks.
Oh, Natsuka's doing voodoo.
But the reason why damage down works for making players respect the mechanic is because the whole purpose behind
Right above high is where C should be.
is it? So where is C? Yeah, about
Roughly
that.
above where Kai was.
But the reason why it works to make a... What did you do, Cassani?
A little over.
You saw nothing. Okay, there's going to be meteors. Make sure I'll take the right one. Someone has to take the left one.
I am the meteor.
And Raziel says the damage down allows the players to continue practice, but makes them understand the importance of doing everything right to get past the DPS check. You'll see a healing down on healers too. The reason why they stopped with Vuln stacks and went over to damage down is because basically vulnerability stacks meant that DPS players would see the vulnerability stack as, oh, well, technically that's not my problem. That is the healer's problem. If I survive the hit, it's fine. So that meant every time a DPS player made a mistake, whether it was intentional or not, it actually fell on the healers to deal with. If they gave healing down, it would still fall on the healers. Giving it the damage down instead means that the DPS has a vested interest in doing the mechanic right for their own sake.
It's also a case of no one likes seeing lower numbers.
Also that, but I think another very valuable point is, as Raziel says, the damage down allows the players to continue practice. So you can make a lot more mistakes in an encounter where it only gives you damage down. The thing is that you will not make the enrage. You will not make the enrage.
I just noticed because I saw it during the miasma bit where he kind of floods the field with little dark essence. His zip is completely covered.
Well, yeah.
He's just coughing. I can't see anything. It's unfair that I get hit by the glare mechanic. I can't even see.
Look, I drown in the bloody, you know the pool that we have? I drown in that.
Really?
Yeah. The one I specifically bought for the FC, I drown in that.
To do a whodunit murders with zip.
But I
It's meant
think
to be a kiddies pool as well.
I think, as I said, that one of the valuable details of using damage... Oh, watch out, it has flipped. The valuable point about doing damage down instead of vulnerability debuffs is that a court... what are you doing, Sip?
I thought you felt like you could use a buddy.
Oh, thank you. Is that when you're optimizing like the kill time on a boss, it absolutely becomes a thing that they will see if they can get players will see if they can get away with ignoring mechanics and things like that. And by making it damage down, you can't. Like, you literally cannot ignore the mechanic because it's a bigger DPS loss to ignore the mechanic. Whereas vulnerability, well, you could argue that the vulnerability stacks makes it more interesting to be a healer when trying to push damage, because then you have to heal more.
I'm not gonna lie, I saw Kasari next to me, and I was like, I literally for a second was like, wait a minute, Kai, why are you next to me? This is a tank buster.
I'm just saying, if we one day have a full like community party of anything, everyone shows up in matching outfits, that's going to be hilarious.
I mean, I do technically have your robe.
You do.
But it's a different color, much better color.
Well, this you have to remember. Well, Sip, you also have to remember that my robe is traded with me as the crafter on it.
Mine's bought from the market board.
Hmm?
With Kai's name on it.
Not with my name on it. I don't sell them.
Aww. You could make bank off them.
I don't sell them. That makes them more special.
I did the same.
Raziel says, I could see a system where player mistake makes its specific role or job harder. So DPS mistake does damage down, a healer mistake does a healing down, and a tank mistake does a vuln or CD increase. Cooldown increase. That would be evil.
Oh, I got hit by a mechanic.
Oh.
Not sure which mechanic I got hit by though.
Oh. We have no healers left. Wipe
You
it.
can solo it.
Nope. Wipe.
I lived, but then I was pushed again because I got hurt.
I lived, but then I died.
I should have elusive jumped.
Yeah, if you jumped, you would have survived.
I would have survived because my back was to the...
I think it could work with more role-specific debuffs, but I think an interesting observation is that a damage, like a vulnerability stack on tanks. If you're if you have overgeared the encounter, often you will not actually care that you have 1 or 2 or even 3 vulnerability stacks, because the defensive cooldowns you use will compensate. So that is to say that, and I know this is absolutely ridiculous. Watch the spikes. But a tank in a Savage raid team pushing damage, you know, in a situation where you would intentionally ignore mechanics, the tank would also be more annoyed by a damage down than a vulnerability stack. And so would a healer, because they're all here trying to push damage. I'm guessing Arya is occupied.
That's fine.
That's fine. We're good for now.
You know, just... Oh, we got this mechanic this time.
If Arya can hear me, you will need to step to the right. You will need to step to the right.
Step to the right, okay. There you go, I made a step to the right. I was actually gonna rescue her regardless.
Oh, watch
Nice,
out. Remember, Arya isn't moving.
It's fine, dude.
That's fine.
Arya, just write in chat when you're back. If you need another race.
Big braining the DPS mechanic of getting hit. Don't need to get hit if you're already dead.
Now that is big brain.
It switched up on me. They're like, alright, you're gonna do fire. You're always gonna do fire. Oh, no, you do
Yeah.
Except when you expect it.
You are pretty fine.
Then they put me back on the fire last run, and then now they're like, oh wait, you were fire before? Well, let's put you back on ice.
It could be worse. There was this one time when I did a lot of Suzaku from mount farming. And there's this one friend that never ever got targeted by the Phoenix things in the start of the encounter. Ever. They never got targeted.
I tried to cheese it. They don't want me.
I don't know. At this point, I'm just going to accept that this is a little bit like Goodbye World, if you know that one.
Yeah. Well, I lived, but I got pushed again.
In O12S, there's this mechanic called Hello World, but it is so complicated that in unsynced groups, it is pretty common to just accept the fact that not everyone will survive and just have all the DPS jump off the arena as the mechanic begins, and then just raise them before the fight continues, so to speak.
That's when the glory of the Dragoon comes
That's
in,
quite a
where you
romantic
can back
mechanic.
Remember, we have the meteors quite early. I suppose there's nothing that prevents a range from dealing with the meteors as well. It's I don't know if it's difficult for you to take them or if it hurts a lot, but it would certainly make it a lot easier for Mouse to do some more damage if he can stay in melee range.
I neglect the pillars. I mean, I only took 6,000 when I took the pillars for Mouse.
Kasadi gets captured and immediately, why?
It's because it's happened every time.
Yeah.
Last time it was only me getting captured, but now it's not me for one.
knockback first. But it is funny when you think about it that I could imagine most Savage Raider tanks and healers would be more worried about a damage down debuff than a vulnerability stack or a healing down. Despite everything.
Oh, we're gonna be captured now.
Well, it depends. If the healing down is like, oh, you heal 90% less, or the vulnerability stack makes it so that you take like triple damage or something like that. It isn't just like a normal vulnerability stack or a normal healing down where it's just some less, but it's like a huge drop. That would be a completely different story.
Sometimes.
So, like, if it was something like that, where it like completely prevented you from healing almost, or it made it so that anything would kill you, like a common tank switch style debuff, then I think that it would be a way to make tanks and healers respect mechanics way more in a boss fight. Just to add on to what Raziel suggested before. That, what if you got role-specific debuffs? On that note, that of course also means that the DPS damage down needs to be like, oh yeah, you do like 10% damage for 30 seconds because you did a mechanic wrong.
But my big numbers.
But my damage. I just want to point out that I have the damage down and I'm still doing like 40,000+ with Primal Rend. Meteors. Bonk. Nope. Oh,
I'm not getting very lucky today. Ooh,
an
what's that?
axe.
Yeah, maybe you can craft yourself a augmented axe, and then you'd be required to stop using your relic.
What are you talking about with required?
Because everyone knows the augmented weapons are way better than the relic. You gotta agree with me because I paid 1 point something mil for the big boy sword, and it hurts me that you can get a glowy one for free.
You
Well,
can
get a
what?
partial glowy one.
You can get
Because
The
crafted glowy is a bit more
non-augmented
glowy.
one doesn't have the fancy glow.
no. I meant the relic weapon that you can get in Shadowbringers.
Oh. Well, soon we'll have Mandeville relic weapons upgraded.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for that.
Next patch, whenever that is. Scary and scatter.
I already did my DPS thing. That thing.
Yeah, I don't know how strong a punishment kind of debuff needs to be for players to respect it. The only reason why I'm pretty adamant that the damage down works is because, like for everyone, is because, well, it just so happens that the only way to maximize your damage is to not have any damage downs on you.
Why have we not got even a variation of this?
What?
We keep getting the red one first. Last time we got the
Oh
blue
yeah,
one.
that's true. Well, that is Square
That one
Enix
lasted
RNG.
longer. Yeah, that was when all the DPS died.
Yeah, it's like when we try and do triple triad.
Meteors. For anyone watching that is like, why is Kai going to the meteor spot so incredibly early? It makes it easier for everyone else to plan around when you go to your spot a bit early. If you don't have to like squeeze out every single point of damage, it tends to be better to move early rather than risk it.
Risk it for the biscuit.
Exactly.
Always gotta risk it.
Like, we already get Nabrialis to 0.1% HP mid-cast, so me pushing out slightly more damage doesn't change anything. The only thing I bother doing is try to make sure that my my combo, if I have one, is finished in time.
Keep doing ice on me. At this point, I'm gonna get used to just going to ice. I'm gonna be like, but wait, fire.
Yeah.
Surprise!
Very
Just don't get
well.
used to anything.
I know, I shouldn't. By now, I really shouldn't. Just let me hit once. Just the tip.
Hey, Teaser survived.
Yeah, I
proud of you.
lived. Because I stood just on the tip, but then I got all the petrifications again.
Oh yeah, that's true. You can't take the hit close to the edge because you get knockbacked when you take damage as a DPS there as well, right? It's so insane, that mechanic.
Even Kai barely sticks out of miasma.
I am very small.
Yeah, try being up to someone's knees.
To be fair, Zip, you did choose that height on your own.
Me?
Yeah.
Or Sip?
I
No,
chose
Zip.
the lowest.
I'm the smallest.
I've reduced my height as Zavira twice now.
Yeah, divine Monte is just to reduce height.
Meteors.
I guess I'm getting captured today. Oh, Master's coming with me. There's a meteor on left.
Uh-oh. Good catch. Kasadi says there is one setup, I know, just I do not have any pictures to visualize it. Yeah, it's the same as with Knockback first, as with 04S, where I had pictures for how you were supposed to deal with the mechanic, but ultimately our game plan was just wing it and hope that whoever survives can carry, which tended to work.
Honestly, it kind of did.
Yeah. I remember
Yeah,
there were
that-
tries where it was just me as a healer repeatedly raising a tank. I'm gonna need you to take this tank buster real quick.
I brought you back to life, but I'm gonna need you to take this.
Just pull up the tank like a meat shield. Like, the only thing missing beyond that is me raising a DPS, like, okay, I'm gonna need you for this DPS check real quick. Hades over here with the potty mouse.
I know.
Yeah.
All because we
surprised-
broke his chains.
I'm surprised we don't get white hair when we do Ultra Instinct in this game.
Isn't
No, we're
Ultra
powering
Instinct blue hair?
No, that's Super Saiyan God, blue.
God, blue. What is it if it isn't blue?
If Super Saiyan God is red,
Oh, isn't that
But the-
pink?
no, it's like a pinkish red.
So it's
Yeah.
pink.
think the kind of outer glow is pink, but like the actual hair is red.
Cause like you got me at pink, just accept it.
Yeah. Stop. As Kosadi says, 04S's crazy mechanic is very easy to survive as a healer. Because
Yeah.
you just have to just make sure
bollocks.
Doom doesn't go through, yeah.
I tried to run off the edge and
Aw.
rescue someone.
Oh, you meant this one?
I can grab it.
Well, that actually applies for both 04S and this one. Both healer and tank. It's just about not getting killed by Doom. It's really hard for DPS. That's why I'm saying that we are kind of reaching the point where it's like, maybe it's just easier to just accept that the DPS will die.
I mean, I've lived.
And for that teaser, I give you a pat on the head. I am proud of you.
Good job, you've lived. Now get back in there and fight.
Cesar, the Vieira who lived.
We're gonna do a ninja pull this time.
Are we?
I hope not.
And Gogo says, the Vieira who lived, come to die.
Well, they are playing a Dragoon, so it's expected.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, see, it's expected of me. So the fact that I do live means I'm beating expectations.
Well, that actually, I've talked about previously on streams about talks about what could the development team add to jobs for level 100. And typically, a lot of jobs, it's hard to say what it really needs. Oh, there it is. Now we have to stand on the opposite.
Now we get the pretty color.
A pretty color.
Jump greed.
But now I've got it. So in World of Warcraft, Retribution Paladin has a passive that makes it so that when other players die in your raid, you actually get like a damage boost, a very considerable damage boost. You know, because your specialization, like it's like almost like a thematic thing. You're a Retribution Paladin. You're basically getting revenge for them. And this damage boost is considerable enough that you can tell the difference between whether you had it or not. So when people die to random mechanics, that Retribution Paladin is like, yes! Especially if you die during cooldown bursts. So what I'm getting at with that is maybe Dragoon should have like inverse of that. So that when you die you give a raid buff.
Give a raid buff to everybody. I mean,
The power
that would
of the
make
floor
people play
tank.
Dragoon more.
Raziel says, as if Red Paladin weren't already a force of nature. Isn't... If I remember correctly, Paladin is like a very like a hit or miss kind of specialization. Like either it's really strong or it's meh. But when you play it just right, it is crazy. You're right about that. And playing it right also includes making the most of when your raid dies on you. I think that
point
crazy
out, we
buff from
burned
death
through the
stacks
ice
up to 3
person.
times or something like that.
HP before they even finish their animation.
Flash!
I may get all the petrifications, but I live.
I don't know why you look at the boss. You just have to not look at the boss.
I tried not looking before, and I got slammed into the edge.
I get the lucky aspect of being able to look at the boss because I stand in front of everyone.
Because I tried immediately after getting the initial knockback of turning around, and then I just got pushed because I got hit with something.
Hmm.
I mean, honestly, I'd rather be petrified and live than not be petrified and die.
And Coco says, wait, so we're not supposed to look at the boss now? Actually, you're not supposed to look at other players. I think all tanks and healers get a glare mechanic. So you need to not look at them. But given that the tanks and healers are standing on one side of the arena and the DPS are to some degree standing on the other side, it's pretty easy to say, well, just don't look at the boss. Just look away. But there's so many things happening at once that we can probably agree that it's difficult to know what is best and what is not, what is bad to do in this particular situation. And Nilrory, hey, how are you doing? It is going well. We've only had one mount drop so far, but still. If you have unlocked Hades EX, Nilrory, you're welcome to join. Since I happen to know, whoops, this is the knockback mechanic. Since I happen to know that you are an EU, right?
Oh, we're being captured again. This is
And
disappointing.
Raziel is of course
Danger,
also
danger.
welcome. It's just that Raziel said something about doing Baldessian Arsenal, so I don't know if you're doing it soon or if you're busy now. If you are an EU, as it says in the pin, you're welcome to join. Raziel says, let's imagine when a Dragoon dies, Estinian comes to the battlefield and sings Dragon Song to boost the team. Estinian comes to sing.
Yeah, 415, let's go.
I mean, specifically, Estinian, he'll jump down on the battlefield. And then you'll see him doing a songbird emote. I'm sure there's a legal thing for that. Ooh.
Niroi says, I'm still doing Shadowbringers main quest, not high enough level. Raktika plotline. Oh, right, so you're just about where Small Kai is. That's alright. But yeah, as I said, Raziel, you're also welcome to join. The reason why I forget a little bit to mention is because, well, we're doing the boss fight, and it's also pinned, because I know that I'll forget to mention it. If you are in an EU data center, you can join.
2 hops this time. Bam. It's very peaceful. You know, just having to stand here and do nothing.
I think it's incredible that someone randomly discovered that, oh yeah, there's this one pixel that isn't covered.
That's how most bugs are, to be fair.
I don't think it's a bug.
It's clean our mechanic.
This is pathing.
I gotta be more quicker on the run off the edge uptake.
Oh,
Well,
hey.
Ooh.
and that's what you need for the augmented weapons. And Nero says, yeah, a few quests behind
You got
Small
it.
Kai. Alright.
Oh, Natsuko got it.
That's you got it. Alright, be right back.
Ooh.
And Raziel says, if I wasn't doing roulettes with my love, I would have joined, waiting for my Baldessian Arsenal run. That's fine. If I was like planning to do like something like Baldessian Arsenal, which involves a lot of people and a lot of strict planning, then I would also play it safe and just like mostly stand at the ready. Whenever I've been in a raid team, whether it has been in World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy XIV, I'm usually like at the computer ready to go like 30 minutes before raid time. and just like doing things that don't take more than I'm ready at a moment's notice if we start. So I think it's a good idea if you know that your run is starting soon, that you're not getting too deep into something else. I just want to add, because I think Arya is neglecting to mention that she wants the trophy to put in the final in the free company house, not for her own house. So
Yeah, she's neglecting the fact that it would be a beneficial tool
yeah,
for her.
she's actually wanting to show it off for us.
How dare she?
Yeah, how dare she?
Natsuko said AFK.
Hey, I got a Hades card.
Well, now I have to do another ready check. If you're not ready, then don't click yes.
But
Thank you.
big green button.
But the button.
Dare tempt me with a button and tell me not to push.
Coco the Vieta says, I'm starting to get angry over hats.
Yeah, it's not like a
You're
you
a pain.
issue.
You're a pain.
Yeah, you want to know a race that doesn't have that issue? Lalafell.
Hey Sati, how are you doing? There's hello Sati, I cannot join because of some stuff, but I will lurk a bit though. Well, that's okay. It's whatever you think is more fun. It's entirely free for if you want to join. It's not a requirement. Glad to see you. And the Roy says I went back to being a bunny from a temporary aura phase. And then I'm missing hats. Oh yeah, you were an aura last time I saw you on the Small Kai. Seb over here trolling.
I'm not trolling, I'm showing this tank bust.
Just showing off this
alliance,
tank
right?
buster.
He's sharing is caring.
I think something that is super interesting about these kinds of arenas is that these circles, I'm pretty sure these circles overlap exactly to show where the red orbs, you know, the mechanic we didn't get to see, where they explode.
Oh, yeah.
Most likely, because there's a mechanic in a couple of the Endwalker dungeons that do the same thing, I'm pretty sure. I think I explained it to you on...
It's a very, very common kind of floor drawing, so to speak. Like, often if a boss mechanic has some sort of thing, they will have this. If we ever, that we have no reason to because there's no particular drop, but if we ever went to do E5, more in particular E5S, you would find that the floor is drawn up to indicate pretty much every single line AoE of any type in the encounter.
Yeah.
It's very well done. So
I want the E4 mount because it's a 4C.
We'll get to that.
Yeah, when we get there.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that all of the extremes are easier than E4S though. That's why we're doing those first.
Yeah.
Everyone just hates Eon.
I mean, it does make it quicker since if we stack on one, I can use my Bloodlead and it already cuts it down to like a quarter.
Hey, this is rude.
Then it just skips the whole mechanic.
Yeah, it's your Blood Lily that does 75% of their health. Sure, Sam.
Yeah. Look, Bloodlead is just that strong, okay?
Yeah, if you say so.
That's why you should have played as a Lollipop. Not Lollipop, what do you call it?
Ah, I got
What
hit with
mid?
2 of them.
Triple kill!
Aria would have survived, but she got knocked out.
Last second move by one of the circles pushed both the
Yeah,
one
it's
safe
unlucky.
spot. Oh. But we got it, it's fine.
Flee, fools! The future of the stars will be shaped by my hands. That's why I conjured myself 2 more, bigger hands.
No, I feel like they have wings.
No, he has 2 small hands, and then he has 2 bigger hands, and then there's the huge wings.
Oh yeah.
That's like one of those dinosaurs, 2 little baby hands.
Yeah. The future of the star will be conjured by my hand. Makes 2 huge hands.
Making sure he can hold everything.
Yeah. I'm just saying, if you could turn into anything, I feel like this is a weird monstrosity to choose from the list.
Yeah.
Of the list of anything. Arya says, don't diss my husband, though. I'm also wondering what the purpose behind the horn in the middle there is.
Same
He's
reason
just
some
happy to fight us.
Oh yeah, that's true. Maybe it enhances his summoner capabilities.
Aw, I was slower.
You're never gonna be faster than me. Unless you
Well,
fly
I
breaking,
started
think
preemptively, but then...
Then Raziel says maybe Hades wanted to try some summoner clams. He's like, I can't wear my helmet and also horn, so I guess I'll just have to add the horn in post. That's actually, if I could wear glasses in addition to a hat, I think one of the most common things I would wear is summoner hats with those horns. I think they look awesome. I know a lot of players, like I know some players think that they look really silly. What?
Style horns.
add a white to that and you'll get the definition of...
I could read that better, but oh well.
Yeah.
Raziel says you could put on the gold saucer fake glasses. Sip?
Yeah?
Don't
No.
do that.
Aw.
And also you failed. But don't do that.
Look, Kai, look at what we got in the drop. The sacrifice was required.
Yeah, your sacrifice. I survived, remember?
Aww. Nice.
Arya got it.
I got the other thing. Ooh, if I go what class is it? If I go scholar and then open it, I can
Wait, who got
synthesize the book.
Raziel
the
says you
golfer.
could. Raziel says you could
I
put on
got
the
it,
gold
95.
saucer fake glasses, but I think they don't work everywhere. The problem is
Oh,
that
you beat me by 5.
while they work, and I do have them, I'll just demonstrate. Now I'll have double glasses. You can't fight while wearing them.
But the reason for that, Kai, is Final Fantasy
Yeah,
has decided that if you're wearing glasses, people don't want to fight you. That's why should you fight back? You don't beat up people in glasses. That's like a kind of hidden rule, isn't it?
Raziel says, but that's when you say you're going blind, isn't it? But it really, like, having it as an option that you can use it as a fashion accessory is nice. It's just that you can't use that while doing content, so it isn't good enough. I need glasses and a hat. I'm more greedy than Viera players.
Hey, I just want a hat.
The Viera players are like, I just want a hat. I'm like, I want a hat and glasses. I actually want 2 hats.
I just want to be able to wear my hat.
Yeah, what cost your ears though?
I mean, how hard is it to just cut like a little hole in the top of the hat for ears?
Just plant the hat on top of your ears.
It's like cut a little hole for the ear and then put the hat on.
They don't even have to cut a hole in it. They could just have your ears clipped through. That's still better than no hat. If you don't like how it looks, you can just,
wear the hat.
Yeah, you could just not wear the hat. You can just hide it.
I just find the helmet I have ridiculous because
Kasadi says, but these ears are too stiff. Yeah, so you put the hat and just like place it gently on top of your ears.
Yeah, imagine not being able to wiggle your ears like Catboys.
I mean, they're not that stiff if I can shove my ears in a helmet.
Arya, that doesn't work. That doesn't work.
It's fine. We live.
Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about it. You're welcome.
We live. That's what matters.
Alright, so it says more people are coming on my vocals. I'll be leaving the stream in the background and go back to the shadows, leaving a view. Have fun finding the sorcerer of Ild. Thank you for checking in, Raziel. It's been a while.
You're welcome.
Of course.
And I hope you have a wonderful Baldesian Arsenal run. Mars says the baby took her away. That's okay. The reason why I said that doesn't work like that is because Arya was correctly not standing straight south. Because that doesn't work. But she was specifically standing in the way of my path, so I couldn't do the mechanic. If she had stood exactly the same place, but just mirrored to the east side of the arena, then no one would have minded. The problem is that she was standing exactly in the wrong spot. That's why I pointed it out. I know that she couldn't do anything about that at that point. But I'm just mentioning it.
Alright, stay like that. Don't move.
You got it, boss.
Ah, didn't get stoned. Let's go.
But also, when I say it doesn't work like that, we're probably still going to kill the boss. So it's not a big deal. I'm just, as I said, I'm just pointing it out. Ow.
Ow.
Oh, that's so sad.
I'm pretty sure Natsuko just respawned as well. Because I saw the health pop up to 1.
So happy I didn't die. I didn't get petrified, and then I get slapped with a dot.
You just get slapped with the tank, with the random point blank tank buster, and die to the dot.
No. I don't want it. I can't fucking get it.
The Sorcerer of Eld. Not to be confused with the Sorcerer of Eld and Den Ring.
That's a good game. You should play it.
Maybe one day.
However, you do. I don't remember you saying if you like the Dark Souls.
I have Dark Souls 3, but I haven't played it very much.
Dark Souls 3 wasn't bad.
Dark Souls 3 was great for combat-wise, but I dislike the linearness. I prefer the
They're
map
all
for Dark Souls
technically
1.
linear.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the way Dark Souls 1's world and map is designed, it's a lot more.
It's
like,
a lot
you
of
can
backtracking.
randomly off-go place.
Oh yeah. Well, with 1 it was more backtracking.
Yeah.
Because you had to go back and forth multiple times.
And everywhere linked to the shrine. Whereas, like, if you play Dark Souls 3, you teleport to a shrine and it's like one subspace.
Yeah. You go there like once and it's just always just teleport there.
I wouldn't care that much about that. You have to remember that I love Stranger of Paradise, which is like a level game. You just enter a map and you run it from start to finish. There are checkpoints, but technically it's like it's about as level based, where you go to each stage as like I don't know, a Super Mario game, really.
I mean, technically in Dark Souls 3 you can skip the whole half point of the game if you go to a specific path thing and beat a boss that you're meant to be level 60 for when you're level 30. There's not 60 bosses.
All of this stuff. Just cheese it.
I mean, that boss is like stupidly hard though, so it's like the chance of you beating it at level 40, even though it's like the minimal range you can technically do it.
What do you mean with technically do it? You can just choose not to level up.
Yeah. Well, there's
It's
people who
Dark
do level
Souls.
1 run.
Yeah.
I mean, before they fixed it, you could have killed in Elden Ring the...
Kasadi says, am I the only one who kind of likes that boss? The boss that Sip is talking about?
Oh, I think Dancer is a perfectly fine boss. I just think it's
Oh,
stupidly
are you
hard.
talking about Dancer of Braille Valley?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Dancer is fun.
That's the
I like the
opens up
weapons.
half the game.
I know that she's particular, that the reason why she is so brutally hard is because she's different to all the other bosses in style, in that most of the bosses play in a somewhat systematic and predictable way, whereas while Dance of Braille Valley technically also does that, she basically plays offbeat, while all the other bosses plays on beat. It's a very weird way of saying it, but yeah, they many of the bosses play like a dance, but Dance of Braille Valley it gets weird about it.
I mean, I've done all the bosses, so I can tell you which one's harder, which one's easier.
Yeah, exactly, as Kasadi says, the dance has a completely different
boss is
rhythm.
significantly harder. Yeah, because the DLC boss I absolutely hate because he's a dragon, and I can't do animalistic
Oh, are you
bosses.
talking about the
secret
sky
one
area?
in the DLC.
Yeah, the sky area.
Yeah, I've only beat that one
Oh,
once.
I should
I love that
mention
boss fight.
that according to the event we have in the Free Company, we were going to go at least 2 hours. We have just passed the 2-hour mark, so if there's anyone that is like, actually, it's getting a little bit tight on time, you are welcome to say that you're done. Otherwise, okay, we have the ninja pole.
Oh.
That was my
Otherwise, you are okay. Just jump out.
Well, no, you have to do it now.
Besides this, I don't remember the music terms, but the pacing of the fight's completely different. Yeah, exactly. It's I think the simplest terms I could put it in is that Dance of Braille Valley doesn't like play on beat, where all the other bosses kind of do.
Well, a lot of her attacks are usually the constant slashes where you have to dodge consistently. And then she does a normal down attack, which is like a blast thing. I can't remember. I just
Her
remember the
weapons are
constant
actually
slashing
pretty
being
good.
the main
I mean,
issue.
I like them.
Well, I would say the same, but then I played the very first DLC and beat Sister Freya and got something way better.
Yeah.
I think it's Sister Freya. Those scythes are so cool. Especially with how they do like the ice attacks, the magic ones and whatnot. It's just so cool.
I think I left off on my old PC. Granted, I can't play it anymore since I switched to a newer PC.
I've got like
I beat
4
it, like, 3
playthroughs completed
times.
on PS4. Like 4 different saves.
I did 3, and one of them was just using Dancer's weapons only.
Yeah.
Kind of like a punishment playthrough, where the heaviest armor, but use Dancer's weapons only.
That's a difficult name to. I'm not sure how I'm supposed to pronounce that, but I'm going to try. Tuan Dundas says there's a video on how the song she has in like 3/4 key, so her attacks aren't as easy to predict. You have to dodge as she's about to hit, and also she's very pog. Also, welcome to the stream. Yeah, that is. I think that is the more accurate way of explaining it. Tuan, excellent.
I still like how I can do all the Dark Souls games, but then my friends make fun of me for not being able to actually play Sekiro.
Oh, we have to swap.
They're very different in a way. Sekiro is very much based around parrying, which is not something a Dark Souls player would be used to, because a Dark Souls player is used to the iframes of dodge.
Yeah, in Dark Souls, while parrying is a thing, it's like
I do it.
it's not something that you're necessarily supposed to be doing. It's something you can do if you're really hardcore.
It's also something that is extremely easy to pull off.
I couldn't do it.
Sip says, having played a lot of Dark Souls, I imagine.
No,
I
Dark
couldn't
Souls
do it
1
in
specifically, it is extremely easy, and Dark Souls 3, it's like bearable with the right tools.
Yeah.
Oh, I gotta kill myself.
Yeah, what? Oh,
I failed.
Sip got the DPS mechanic.
I tried to stand in the thing under someone, because there was one that was like slightly out, but I was literally just out of it.
I think you might want to skip over raising Ari. I'm pretty sure she got herself killed intentionally.
Oh, I was gonna do that so she can do very easy power.
Yeah, that's why I specifically said don't. Because you're going to waste it, and we don't have raises to spare. Oh, don't stack those. Do not stack those.
Talking about, I'm geared up right now.
And Tuan says,
Nah. There you go.
as we talked about the Dance of Boreal Valley, her attack patterns are very unique compared to other bosses. And that I've noticed that once you play through Sekiro once, it becomes comparatively really easy upon another replay. Yeah, I think that's because you need to learn the attack pattern of every boss, and once you've learned how to parry it, that's typically when you start progressing through the boss. If a game is centered around a parry mechanic, the parry mechanic itself is usually made a lot easier to deal with to make it reasonably manageable to play the game. I've played through Stranger of Paradise and Grime, and both of these games have Grime is flat out focused on parry mechanics to the point that the first like 10-15 minutes of the game, depending on how quickly you go, maybe even few less minutes if you're really fast, you can only attack by parrying. But to compensate for that, parrying is very lenient and extremely powerful. So if you know how to parry, the game becomes very easy in comparison to if you don't, where it feels nearly impossible.
Well,
Stranger of Paradise has jobs that are literally centered around parrying to function. But because, and now this is the key thing, in games with parry mechanics, there's typically 3 different ways that they can do it. It's either if you click the block button exactly when the attack lands. Ow. Then it counts as a parry. Option 2 is if you release block exactly as the attack lands, then it counts as a parry. And then there's the dedicated parry button. If you click block when the attack happens, configuration is the easiest of them, because that means if you miss it, you still block the attack, right? If you click too early, you still block the attack. If you click too late, you get hit. Whereas the two other options mean that you in some capacity have to choose to do the parry and risk getting hit. Which is a lot scarier.
With parrying on mine, in Dark Souls 1, the very last boss, you just parry and it's like an easy fight, like to the point where you don't have to do anything.
First time I played Dark Souls 1, I actually haven't beaten the first Dark Souls because I accidentally let Solaire die. And I over-leveled myself too much in the painted world. And when I was playing it, I was too high for anyone to help me.
I did that game solo because I played Dark Souls 3 first, and I just found it to be a lot easier.
Yeah.
The game is significantly easier mechanic-wise for like the bosses compared to Dark Souls 3.
But yeah, because I went back, I still haven't finished it technically, because I got the remastered edition, but I was doing more of like a parry build, trying to get better at parrying. And I haven't beaten it. I got all the way to the end-ish.
A thing that I find interesting in these kind of games is that if you have help, the upside is that you're not focused at all times, of course. The downside is that the fight becomes a lot less predictable. And you don't know who the boss is going to attack. You might not be as familiar with how to dodge the attack if it isn't facing you. And things like that.
Well, I like with Elden Ring, they do the whole bosses have more health and do a little bit more
That's
damage.
what Dark Souls does as well.
Yeah.
I don't think it's as significant though.
It's not as significant as Elden Ring.
Ah, we got another Invincible.
Tuan says, Quinn becomes painfully easy if you keep parrying. I played the whole game alone, except for Seath, because I was a wizard. I've played through, so I'm of course talking about other games because I never played through a Dark Souls game, but I played through Stranger of Paradise both with a full, with two companions. I never played it. I never played through it in multiplayer.
I'm waiting for it to come to PC.
It's on Epic Games.
Ew.
It is on PC.
Then I should rephrase it. I'm waiting for it to come on the Steam.
But yeah, in Stranger of Paradise, I have played through it with companions. Never played through it in multiplayer, which would probably be way too easy. And I have also played through it solo on the hardest difficulty. And when I'm saying played through it, I mean I played through the main story, and then in post game you sort of add companions more so to take a hit or two for you while you prep. And they typically die very easily anyway, so they don't add that much. But the key thing I noticed as a difference was that if you have companions, then the jobs that rely on parrying and blocking to be strong are really bad, because you can't rely on getting hit. Meanwhile, if you're playing alone, it makes it really easy to use those jobs. There are many enemies that, as a knight, which has an ability that makes it so that every time you block or parry, you just do a shockwave, recoil damage to the enemy. And you don't take any damage if it isn't magic. So there are bosses that don't have magic attacks, or with magic attacks that are easily dodgeable. You can just block them to death. You can literally block them to death. And Tuan says, was Stranger of Paradise the game with the famous I must kill chaos quote? And yes, it was.
I want one of those quotes in this game.
We're here to kill chaos. That is indeed that game.
Can we get a Stranger Things crossover event where we kill chaos?
Stranger Things?
Sorry, wrong franchise. Strangers of Paradise. However, I would like Demogorgon in this game.
Sip, we do kill Chaos in Final Fantasy XIV.
Yeah, but we don't say the iconic line, I must kill Chaos, before we fight him.
Actually, Jack doesn't say, I must kill Chaos before killing Chaos. He says, we're here to kill Chaos before he kills a fake Chaos.
And then he realizes, he goes, oh, I'm Chaos. And then he goes, oh no. I don't understand the lore of that game.
It's complicated, especially if you only see it in bits.
Yeah.
All the bits.
Antoine says the Chaos was the friends we made along the way. You
But,
could
like,
say that.
technically-
You could say that, and that's a lot funnier if you have played through the game and know what happens.
I've also just realized technically they could do that, a Stranger of Paradise event, where you have Jack and a new type of Chaos from that franchise, because that's what they did with the Final Fantasy 15 event. You killed that version's Garuda.
Yeah. They could make a Stranger of Paradise crossover event. That would be cool.
And the item they give us is a...
Because Adi
Chaos.
says, I think I have said this before, but I want to play Stranger of Paradise. Well, the only thing I can suggest to you is that if you have a PC, then it is on the Epic Store. It's a great game.
Terrible launcher.
And it has only gotten better with the DLCs. I can highly recommend playing it on PC if you want to use the guns.
Bang bang.
Antoine
They should
says,
add more
Stranger of
guns
Paradise
for
is a
machinists.
Final Fantasy game, right? Yes. Stranger of Paradise was released as like a special... is it 20 years? Or is it 30 years? Or 25 years? Like celebration of the franchise? Stranger of Paradise actually explains the story that leads to Final Fantasy 1.
Wow.
And while it is very convoluted, it does make sense and fill in a lot of holes in the story of Final Fantasy 1 that you wouldn't be able to fill out without seeing it from Jack's perspective, Jack being the main character of Stranger of Paradise. The guy, the man himself, the guy that swears and puts his headphones in and listens to Limp Bizkit. Presumably. And while the story is complicated, it does end up making sense. And it does also move away from just, I'm here to kill Chaos. It's a silly hook for the story that is very simple to follow. And I would also say, if you like Souls-like games, then it is decent game. The thing is that Stranger of Paradise is not exactly an adventure game. You just hop from stage to stage, and you don't, collect souls. You level up your jobs, and that's permanent. And it does have a job system, just like a lot of Final Fantasy games, and you have 2 jobs equipped at once if you want to, where you can swap between them. And if you want the easy way out, like, I would say that some of the strongest jobs for playing through the game the first time is Mage into White Mage into Sage. Those are absolutely crazy powerful. And if you're using companions, you can get away with hanging back a lot and just using the white magic to support. And if you want a lot more damage, the new gun-based jobs, Marksman, Hunter, and Gambler, are also incredibly strong. I haven't finished it, but I did start a replay through of the game where I played solo on the hardest difficulty using guns, and it is the only time I've been able to, while completing the game, like not in post-game, that I've been able to just buff up and kill the boss before they get to do anything. Because gun is insane. Absolutely insane. They've also fixed some of the issues with gearing throughout the story. Before, the problem was that because the game is item level based, a little bit like Final Fantasy XIV, and the gear drops increase gradually, you quickly run into the problem that, well, you enter a new stage, you get new equipment, so you don't really get very attached to your equipment. But they've fixed that by making it possible to increase the item level on gear as you play through. Which means that if you find a really good weapon that you like, you can carry it with you by just leveling it up. And you can also do that with gear, but you may sometimes have to replay levels to collect enough resources to keep them up. But the idea is more that you can make a build as you play through. You didn't used to be able to do that. So that's pretty helpful. Especially for players that like making builds. Now then. We're 5 players right now. Do we need 2 tanks? I think we might need 2 tanks. I'm not sure.
We did it last time with 2 tanks.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure we need 2 tanks. I don't know.
So who wants to tank with me?
One.
I can tank with you, Yon.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, no, I was correct with my statement.
Yeah, I do heavily recommend Stranger of Paradise. It has gotten a lot of bad press from it looking a little strange in the graphics at times and being a little laggy, but I have noticed that a lot of console-first games recently have had those kinds of problems. So I feel like maybe we're being a bit harsh on Stranger of Paradise for having that.
Optimized for PC.
Yeah, exactly. It's that, yeah, maybe Stranger of Paradise has this problem, but there's a lot of games that have that problem these days.
Because a lot of dev companies just decide, hey, if it worked on a console, the PC is a beefier console, so we can support it over. No issues. Yeah.
The main time.
That's what they did with Saints Row 2.
The main time where problems arise in Stranger of Paradise now is that sometimes the frames will drop incredibly hard during cutscenes. And that isn't super great, but at least it doesn't happen during a boss fight.
That's what all the 1.0 players say. So I'm pretty sure Persona 4 had the same issue where the cutscenes would lag. And by cutscenes I mean the art style, the actual animated ones.
Yeah, it's very easy to
PC port release.
It's very easy to get nitpicky with a game if there's something you dislike about the game in the first place. The graphics of Stranger of Paradise can look a little grainy and weird at times as well. But again, it works perfectly fine. It's an excellent game. Yeah, I do believe that I've heard that the game may have been released a little buggy and a little too early for what is good, because they needed to make sure that it came out for that special deadline, because it is a celebration of what it is. It had to come out then.
True, what is it good for? Absolutely nothing. It's a good song.
Can't be healthy.
I just realized I can't get any more coppers. Let me put that in my... Oh, I can't open my saddlebag.
No, Brialis. This might get a little spooky because we're going to be lacking a lot of damage now. Oh no. I'm going to need barrier help. Thank you. Wow.
That's unlucky. I suppose it makes sense though. There is 5. So
Yeah, exactly. We're low on people, so this is bound to happen.
Oh, now he's actually going to be able to cast Quake
Oh.
before he...
Yeah, well, that's
dies.
fine.
Alright, tank on.
That was a big shield, by the way.
All the big shields.
We need to swap.
Oh. See, the Euro Warrior Glam's not edgy enough. Take inspiration from mine. Ah, crap.
I love that too.
I was meant to take the fire one.
And this is a wipe.
Oh, the healers died.
I tried to take the fire one in case I got back. I had the Blizzard debuff.
Yeah.
It is certainly possible, we just need to be a bit more active, I think.
We just have to respect the mechanics a bit more.
This is disappointing, I like not respecting it.
Yeah, same, Kasadi. I always was like, wow, that was a massive shield.
I'm a bit late.
But yeah, the beams, the important thing is that you have to trade so that you have the opposite element to your debuff. Or have nothing, that also works. But you specifically don't want the beam that matches your debuff because then you will die.
Yeah, it's a very spooky mechanic.
I wasn't super quick on the mechanic because I wasn't sure if it would actually kill you. And now that we know,
what doesn't kill me makes me stronger.
Might just make me stronger. Which is technically true in a way. 'Cause we did get 5% stronger.
5 whole percent. Make sure you don't go completely dry in MP, Kwasari.
Yeah, we may need a prognosis.
Pepto-Bismol fixes everything.
That's the only Sage Troll name I can remember.
And it's on me, so I'm going to need shield help.
I'll give you a blessing of...
Wow!
Wow.
Wow!
Shield. That's crazy.
Need a shield? How about 100% of your health? Right, so also if you don't get a beam, you should still try to yoink beams that are of the opposite element to the one you have. We need to help each other. We need to swap.
Oh, I get to say attacking for one. Nice, I can be like a black mage. No movement. Do my ABCs.
Have we traded?
Oh. Well, I took it from you. It's fine.
Oh yeah, if your target is dead, you can take anything. Because then you just have no debuff. The key thing is that your debuff just makes you take more damage from that element.
And the question is, am I gonna get the mechanic I like or the mechanic I hate?
Well, there might be a chance that we have to respect the mechanic very much this time.
Well, I mean specifically if I get the Doom or not Doom.
I have the Doom and the Donut.
No, I have Donut and Doom.
Let's see, that is correct. Actually, now that I think about it.
I still got petrified.
Sip is alive.
That's fine. Just give it a second.
It just occurred to me that Doom and Donut is the correct configuration. That is how tank do.
Yeah, that is how the mechanic is.
Did anyone that isn't a DPS get the you must kill yourself mechanic?
Yeah, the Sage did.
Oh.
I saw it pop up.
Don't stack, do not stack.
Aw. He ran away. I did inner chaos.
It usually seems to be a case of at least 3 people get the Doom one. Always 1 healer and then 2 tanks. Then the 4th healer can potentially not get it.
I'm pretty sure all tanks and healers get the Doom mechanic.
No.
Oh, Doom.
Yeah, if it's a full party, yeah. But when there's like a person missing, sometimes it flips it.
Oh.
And you get
Ah,
Beyond
Kasadi
Death.
says I got the
Like-
Beyond Death.
Yeah, I had
So
it.
that
2
Kasadi
matches
was
ago.
the DPS this time. There's going to be meteors in the south.
Yeah, I'll go to that one.
Okay.
No, it's mine. Go away, Zip.
God.
Mine!
And here I'll
Fine.
let you have uptime.
This is my rock. I want it.
It's not just a boulder. It's a rock. SpongeBob, who doesn't have a driver's license, but does have the capability to drive a rock.
Can drive a rock, but can't drive a boat.
I mean, technically he can drive a burger car.
Does he ever get his driver's license?
Yeah,
He
and then
does,
he
but
destroys the
gets
town.
Yeah, it gets revoked.
Oh.
He goes on a massive rampage.
Whatever. It's fine.
Yeah, the amount of laws he breaks in
Oh.
an episode is amazing.
That is the saddest inner release.
Yeah. Yeah.
My golden breath, dream now with a god tomorrow. I'll gather might, must reclaim these fading reflections. In Zodiac's name, I beseech you.
The good news are that this entire intermission takes like a minute. So inner release will probably be ready again.
Yeah, it's
Get it
pretty
back.
peaceful.
And that is also the reason why when people complain about cutscenes in a boss fight, that it isn't as simple as just skipping it.
Yeah, I'm promised if I'm escaping, it's not working.
Uh,
Yeah, I'll make it so a bit more authentic. Yeah, that's as authentic I can get. That's my experience of pretty much any fight of an intermission.
a very authentic button mashing.
Thank you. It's a mechanical keyboard as well, so it's extra loud.
Oh yeah, mine too.
That's why I specifically play on push to talk and not open mic.
Oh look! My inner release is ready again.
Ah, my favorite spell.
I too like to fell cleave.
Do you like to fell cleave? I'll take the right
Trade
one.
offer.
I'll take the right one. Trade offer. You get 50 beast gauge. I get fell cleave. That is such a weird meme.
The trade offer.
Yeah.
It's funny though, depending on how it's used.
Dark current. Took a bit longer.
Ah.
No mount.
Maybe next time.
We'll get him next time.
And I got everything.
Yeah, I mean you can desynthesize stuff.
Dang.
I'm assuming that Mouse and Arya will say if they're when and if they're ready again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Matsu says be right back. Then we wait for that.
2 years later.
Be right back. 1 eternity later.
Ah, I fell. Ah, come on. There you go. I can get the effect to pop up on the ground. Oh, hey, you doing the
So I was thinking I can get it.
yeah, it's
No, it isn't. Like 1 point. Like how how.
Are you saying that it is
Stuff.
almost synced?
Yeah, almost.
it's almost. It's not
It's
exactly.
unsynced, you could say.
Well, if it's synced on your screens, you should check mine.
Yeah, mine it's almost perfect.
I don't know.
Welcome to the stream, Effie. Says, I just found your channel yesterday and I must say you are
Mouse just
amazing and
came
have
back.
very informative videos. Thank you so much, Effie. Really appreciate that.
Mouse just came back.
Oh, well. We're going to have to
back.
do it again in a bit.
Alrighty.
Thank you so much, Effie.
Oh, I almost pulled.
Yeah, you
Whoops.
just got a ninja pull. You're meant to ninja pull. Unless you want a main tank.
The power of the ninja pool.
Well, no, see, I pull it and then I shirk it off on the zip. Deacon tank.
Well, that wouldn't work.
Yeah, because I'm such a good tank.
No,
You're not
Shirk,
tank, mate.
Shirk doesn't work like that. It only gives 25% of your enmity.
Yeah, but I have Medica 2 on everyone as well. So that means I'd probably gain it soon.
I believe that in 6.1 they made it so that heal over time effects no longer generate any enmity, so it would only be the initial
disappointing.
cast.
Dang.
And if he says, I came to the game a year ago, but I learned so much from the videos, I started recommending your channel to my friends getting into the game. Thank you! Well, I certainly do hope they also find it helpful. That's awesome! I think that is one of the ways that my videos get the most traction, is when people recommend them. It makes it easier for them to stand out. I really appreciate it.
now
Now
you
we
just
have to wait for them to connect to end. There we go.
And
Wait for
Coco
him to
Gunsmoke
finish his
says, "Man, I
cast."
sure do love looking for ether currents."
Well,
Well,
the best.
Yeah, it is. It's relaxing. Especially when you're in the Shadowbringers zones and you're hearing Lahi playing. 6 a.m. hits and Lahi just starts playing. As you're casually looking for ether current. It's a very peaceful experience.
It is.
It's very
Do you
meditating.
know? Like, oh, I'm going to need shield assistance. It's incredible that this works.
You're welcome.
Oh boy.
Nothing more disrespectful to a boss than to say your damage doesn't matter.
Yeah, we blocked it. And Rory says, I asked my Fleet Company mates to take me in their mounts to the ether currents so I can unlock them. I wouldn't have to run
To be
around.
fair.
That is an effective way to do it. I don't mind running around and doing it myself, but it is absolutely a solution. We are on the correct ones.
Yeah, there
These
was a
tanks
certain
are-
area in Storm that I couldn't fly in, and there was an ether current that you had to do a beast. You had to complete one of the Beast Tribe storyline quests to get the ether current for. And that's what I should have done. I should have just asked one of the ether people to do it for me. To fly me up to the top of the ether so I can get it in the current. But I never did, and I couldn't fly into that zone until they updated the system. Because they got rid of, I think, some of the currents. For like auto expansion.
I don't remember there being anything where you had to do a beast tribe to reach an ether current. I don't
I
think
believe
that's
it's
a
little
thing.
fish one.
Oh,
was
you mean
the,
you had to unlock the tribe?
Yeah.
It's not quite the same, is it?
You had to unlock the whole zone to get the etheric current.
Oh,
What I mean by that is it was on top of the hill near the etheric current.
Natsuko said something about disconnected, so you may want to prioritize just raising Fasadi. Natsuko said, say when you can continue
Oh, no,
again.
The symbol of the red earth symbol. But yeah, you had to do a whole beast tribe quest line to get the actual etheric current because it was on top of the mountain.
You don't have to do the...
That's I could. Why
Guys! You've just... Ow!
Either you
You just both run in the same direction.
Look at me, I am the tank now. That's
Um,
fine, Kai's back.
The Namatsu beast tribe is up on a cliff, but you literally just do the quest to unlock it, and you're fine.
Yeah, that's what I meant. That's what I meant, and I didn't realize, and I
But Sip,
was too lazy.
Sip, you said 3
Yeah.
times now you have to do the whole beast tribe to get it.
No, I meant. I
I
read it
don't.
wrong, and I
That's
meant
not
to
what
do
you
A.
said. That's why I keep correcting you, Sip, because it's very different.
Look, you
It's
try
not the
remembering
same.
when you've had 4 hours sleep. 5 to 4, give or take. But I still hated that fact because I find it to be very like silly.
That you had to do a quest.
Yeah.
Sip, you do know that nearly every single zone in the game requires that you do some some side quests to get all the ether currents, right?
Yeah, but it wasn't in that zone. That quest was in the a different zone.
No, the Namatsu quest actually starts in Asim Step. It's just that it starts in the far south region. So it isn't entirely obvious that that's the one. I think also that it might require that that you have gathering or something like that.
Crafting. Namazu is crafter.
Namatsu is
I need
both.
to finish the Namazus.
Is it? Oh yeah.
Yes,
yeah,
it is
'cause
both.
They didn't implement that into Shadowbringers. I keep forgetting. Because Shadowbringers have crafters and gatherers separately.
Yep. And Coco Gunsmoke says, I have this strange power of walking past the last current. This is kind of the reason why I make a point of immediately approaching currents when I see them on small Kai. Ow, ow, ow!
Oh, my bad, Kai.
It's
Yeah,
so
I got it
aggressive.
too,
Dark Seal.
Oh, it's this mechanic.
Candy.
This is the saddest inner release. Infuriate.
Yeah.
I'm just so angry, but I can't use it.
See, you're not
Maybe
angry,
next
you're
time.
hangry.
I'm angry.
Yeah, you can do that many can do.
Time action maneuver. Go.
Ta-da! Like that we're just angled randomly.
I know.
Yeah. Usually it's a circle.
I know how we're supposedly leaning back with power, but Zip looks like he's leaning further back than everyone else.
Yeah,
But he's a Lalafell. He needs to be extra expressive.
Yeah, have you not seen my emotes? You won't understand if you don't see it. Also might just be because I'm sideways, so you have like a better angle.
And so.
Meteor.
You mean the Giga Chad attack?
The Giga Chat attack. No, that would be an interesting action name. The chat move.
Auto wipe.
The auto wipe. That's actually the move that Hades casts as the hard enrage.
Oh, I got hit. Ow.
Oh, ooh.
Mountain
Oh
drop.
wow, okay.
You know, I'm not even gonna bother. I got a 6.
Oh.
I was about to say, man, I thought I got the lowest. I was like, there's no way. I got 14.
Yeah, there's no way I'm
Well, I
gonna
got
win that. I'm
everything.
Oh, did you get the thing that the trophy?
Yes,
Ooh, you can make a trophy then for the house.
indeed.
All right,
And your Minecraft is level at 90, so you can do it right now.
No,
I'm
I think
joking.
we can invite.
Oh, that's
Mouse
Nilrari.
But Mouse gets invited. Yeah, Mouse should be done.
Yeah.
Oh
All
right.
the heroes.
All the viewers. So Nilrari, you can get your outfit. What role do you like best?
Yeah, I like giving out robes.
All the robes. It's initiation time.
It's initiation time. I promised Nilrari. I did say that they missed out on one.
Didn't you get given a
Mate.
robe when you were standing around in Limsa, Kai? Everyone was doing the male events emote, the evil one.
Ah,
Like, I don't remember. I
Huh?
just remember you meant. I think I'm thinking of a different situation.
oh, you mean yesterday?
Was it yesterday? No, I,
I
remember
gave robes to the Blooms, who
Ooh.
specifically approached me.
Ooh. I see a lot of weird stuff in Limsa, so I get confused easily.
Mars said he
Not
was
gonna
ready to join again.
Yeah.
Limsa do be weird sometimes.
They do be weird.
I told Aria in game what someone said in voice chat, in shout chat, and it was really weird. the other day, and I was like, what? Because usually that stuff is like kept to tells and stuff, or slash save, but it was like just directly in like shout chat.
Ah, the Coco has appeared.
A Moogle staff.
Moogle staff is technically the best weapon in the game.
What, because it's got a Moogle on it?
Oh, done.
Yeah, and it glows.
Hello, I'm not sure how to pronounce that. Moki? Suki? Welcome to the stream. Should I? Is the X something that should be pronounced? I have had someone previously in the streams that had an X in their name like that, and it was just supposed to be pronounced like an O.
Is it usually X she?
What?
Wait, you're saying it's a silent M?
Have a nice day. Thank you. You too. Enjoy, Rory. Remember that that my name is on it as the crafter. If you put it in your glamour chest, that might disappear. I am not sure.
I have a pair of leather trousers, but they don't have the American person who crafted them for me, and I'm very sad that that crafter name disappeared.
See, that's exactly the reason why I mentioned it.
But I think that might just be the day I travel to a different day or something.
Mookie asks, is it hard to play Black Mage? I would say so. I have a recent video on the hardest jobs to play in Final Fantasy XIV, according to me, and Black Mage is certainly up on the list. But I do have a very detailed, very detailed guides on Black Mage. So if you like Black Mage and you want to play Black Mage, you can. But it is one of the hardest jobs to play, in my opinion. If you mainly just are aiming to play a mage, then I would recommend Summoner. You could also play Red Mage. They are certainly both easier, but it is very satisfying to play Black Mage well. As Nilrory says, has a very, very high learning curve. But if you put in the time, it is fun. But it is very difficult.
Because you know I'm going to put your ley lines down.
Thank you, Mookie. Whoop.
And we beat him.
He always has to car. Wait, it's a very disappointing story.
I must finish my cast.
You know, if this was allowed in PvP, I would have so many more kills on front lines with my gun rake at limit break.
My best suggestion on that one is generally plan it so that you get crowd control, so you can get the purify crowd control immunity, and then use your limit break. The immunity lasts around as long. So if you combine those, you can completely forego the issue of being stunned or something during your limit break. But then you still have to live. And Mookie asked, is it hard to buy a house in Final Fantasy XIV? It's not hard, but
No,
it is random. You have to bid. You have to bid on a plot, and then you have to randomly win it. So it is basically down to luck.
Alright, don't move. Don't move. Don't move. There we go.
It's basically down to luck. It is also, you could say, some capacity it would be hard because houses can be expensive. The small houses cost around 3 million gil, which isn't that hard to get. But the large houses cost between 40 and 50 million. And a lot of players will find that difficult to accumulate.
What's it like being poor, Kai?
I have 13 million and a large house.
Oh, wait, I'm the one that's poor.
Yeah, I was about to say, Zip, aren't you the one that's poor?
Oops. No, Rory says, some people wait years to get one. Others are lucky on the first lottery. The key thing to get lucky is that occasionally they will open new wards, which means a lot of new housing. If you don't care about getting a particular house, you can game the lottery by specifically bidding on plots that have little competition, and that increases your odds of getting a house. And Moki says, can we buy it with real money? No. No, you cannot. There has been a while in Final Fantasy XIV where there has been like a black market where basically people acquire a house only to resell it in some way. But every single method of doing that has been hampered by this or that or the other way. Like, for example, you need to be in a free company clan for a while to be able to take it over. So, and that was an avenue that was used to trade house plots like that back in the day. Usually they traded for gil, but the idea is still that it is not very feasible to buy a house through the black market anymore. And even if it was, it's illegal, and that you could very much risk getting banned for these kinds of things. So I would not recommend that you do that, Mookie. You ask if there are any black market websites. Don't know. Even if I did, I couldn't tell you. I don't know.
You're a very good Christian, Kai.
Yeah. Well, the Reddit page for the house selling with Gil closed down because they found too many people were doing real money trading instead of guild trading like it's supposed to, and then they moved to Discord. But the thing now is they sell homes. People now buy homes using free companies to purchase the home, and then they just sell you the free company with Gil.
Yeah, so the thing is that to buy a house by trading a free company, you would have to join their free company and then stay there for a while. Like, I can't remember if it's a week or a month for you to be able to take over leadership. But that's how you would get it. And that would also mean that you are trading your ability to be in a clan to have a house.
Yeah.
Which I really don't recommend. It will be much more lonely to play this social game.
But you can definitely tell if you want to know which wards are selling homes. If you look at the homes, you'll see a lot of FCs with the same name. And if you look at their player count, you'll see it's only one. Like, there's a ward, I forget which one it is, in Kugane that's owned strictly by just one person.
That was a disappointing error. That's why you make multiple characters in a single world, and then you can have 8 houses in one server.
Yeah, all FC. Oh, hey, look, a decent sized Hades thing. Nice. Ooh, that's a nice mount. Because you just need 4, and then after you establish the home, you can kick out your alts, and it's not limited to... Owning a house is limited to server, but if you have a free company, it's not. So essentially you can have on one account, if you don't want to pay for more than 8 characters on a single server, you can essentially get like 5 houses all to yourself, technically.
Mm.
And you can, technically, if you have a friend to help you, you can very easily get 8.
Yeah. I will say, however, that I do not support doing that. If you think the reason why there is a housing shortage and that people keep having a hard time finding housing is partly because people do these things. Part of the reason why we've had to have free companies segmented and private housing segmented wards is because people hoard free company housing, both because they can and because they can have multiple workshops which they can use to generate more money. So basically they are making less free company house options because the free company house options are being abused. So I really advise that you don't buy all the houses that you can. Buy the houses that you quote-unquote need, and then make sure there's space for others as well, right? We all want to have fun. Just because you can buy everything doesn't mean that you should.
No. I want to buy everything.
And Mookie says, is there any tips to manage an inventory like the armory crate? I would say the best you can do is check the items in your inventory and consider whether you're going to need it. If it is equipment, then if you have progressed your Grand Company rank enough, you will be able to trade in this equipment that you have used for Grand Company seals, which tends to be more efficient than getting rid of it in any other way. If you've used the item. If you haven't used the item, you can probably sell it on the market board. Most other things, you just have to weigh personally whether you need it or not, and then get rid of it if you don't.
Oh, you pulled my mistake and accidentally.
We have to swap.
Anyway.
Oh, it's unlucky. We're gonna have to actually do the mechanic now.
Oh, it's
Probably not.
I got to the highest rank for my Grand Company. It took some time to do it.
I tend to just put all my stuff in the Grand Company because I like gambling with the loot boxes.
Oh yeah.
Thank you, Mookie. You too.
So far, I'm still getting the same amount of minions I already have.
I'm doing it for the potential chance of getting the minions, but I don't think I have all of them yet.
Why?
Why what?
I have to die.
Don't move, don't move. There we go. Ah, I got hit.
Oh
I got
boy.
hit by the petrification. I should have unplugged it.
I got too close to the boss, so I died.
Yeah.
Too close to the boss?
I got too close to you guys because of your AoE, and it hit me, which pushed me.
Don't you just get pushed like halfway across the arena? I'm pretty sure we discovered on last Mount stream that if you stand like in the middle of the arena, you don't get killed by the knockback.
Something yeeted me from like just shy of half all the way off the edge.
I know how you
Clean
feel.
off.
Well, if you're halfway off the middle and you get kicked halfway across the arena, what I'm saying is that if you're standing in the middle, you will not die from the knockback. You're saying you weren't in the middle, right? That's what you're saying.
Here. I was right here and I got
okay, that is a
all the way
little bit more pushback than I had expected.
I was here and I got thrown to the edge and then I got knocked back again off the edge.
Yeah.
Very sad day.
That's what I was wondering. Like, what the hell hit me? All I can think of is what the AoE is all good.
It's funny how a mechanic like that is so brutal. Meteors in the back.
Camera angle kind of sucks. Me with the habit of just holding right click when doing everything just to move around, and I'm like, my camera angle sucks.
Should
Just
have
the
left it.
angle so that all you can see is Hades' wing. Like, I can't see anything.
Like, all I see is hand. This doesn't help me. Oh, yeah.
Wow, that is a pretty wing you got there.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
He didn't let me put the dot on him. Mean.
Yeah, well, maybe next time.
I know. I wanted to make him explode into cherry blossoms.
In Zodiac's name, I beseech you.
Oh, bo, bo, bo.
It really doesn't help us that this fight is like twice as long as the others.
I know.
Yeah, and how many people have mount?
2, 3.
3.
Trez.
We're halfway there.
Yeah,
I
if only
mean-
if it was like Titania and 2 minute long. I think Titania was 2 minutes long. Or is that Memorial?
No, Titania we did it in 2 minutes.
Yeah.
We
And
also
meanwhile,
did-
this takes like 10 minutes.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
is like 10 to 9 average.
I don't know how long it was without the intermission.
Mars says,
I
is
mean,
this
no
or
more.
Thordan more annoying? I think that Thordan is shorter. But that's more because the uptime part of the fight is a lot shorter.
Oh, hey, at least we get 2 totems instead of 1.
That's true.
I have 32 in my inventory.
Kasadi says, I don't remember exactly how long the knockback from off balance is, but I remember the knockback is pretty quick. That's true.
Think of it like this. We could go as long as we took with the
Why did you die, Zip? Are you sacrificing yourself?
I think he sacrificed
I was
himself.
gonna sacrifice
we didn't get
Dragoon,
it.
but I forgot the button.
You forgot to grab me
Yeah.
with the Rathalos.
It's because I didn't sacrifice the Dragoon.
Well, see, you can't sacrifice the Dragoon because I'm just guaranteed to die anyway.
Exactly.
What is that gonna
Dragoon
do
is
to
self-sacrificing.
the RNG?
Right, I just want to mention that we have gone another hour, so if there's anyone that needs to go, it is okay, of course. Just want to remind you. I think that we will play at most 1 more hour. So until
Yeehaw, cowboy.
2 server time.
Yeah.
But if anyone has to go early, that's okay.
That's 6 PM in Denmark.
What? That is 4
9
p.m.
for America.
That's 3 p.m. in Denmark.
Look at all you people being in the PMs. I'm in the AMs. Get good.
Mars and Kwasadi.
Wow.
Kwasadi says, I think I need to get something to eat. I don't want to prolong my lunch much more. That's okay. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yes. Thank you for joining.
It is very much appreciated. Hey Ulti, how are you doing? It is going well. We have gotten 3 out of the 6 mounts we were aiming for. If you want to join, you can.
Well, technically we
doing
need 99
Hades, yes.
tomes if we are very unlucky.
Well, look at you, Captain Positive.
No, I'm being positive. It means it's a guaranteed drop.
Yeah, it's guaranteed at 99.
Yeah.
You just have to win 50 times.
Yeah, we can do that.
It's like Rathalos.
Yeah. Are you saying you don't want to do Rathalos all over again?
This is Rathalos, but it's like 3 times longer.
Exactly. Way better.
Hey, to be fair, with the Rathalos runs, we would have been faster if we were just all DPSing, but instead we chose tanks.
Yeah.
Altia says, just got back home from work. Well, as I said, if you want to join for some Hades Extreme Unsynced, you're welcome to join. Do we need 2 healers, is the question.
No.
Not really.
The sage just makes it so you can negate the vulnerability
Mm-hmm.
if
That's
we're
true.
unlucky. And that's only really an issue if you have 4 people. Or, yeah, 4 people to 5.
Altia says, don't think that's a good idea. Don't know any of these fights. Well, it is unsynced, so if you want to go, we can kind of quickly explain it. Many of the mechanics
do the
can
damage
actually
and
be
you dodge the
ignored.
stuff.
The most important part is just doing a lot of damage. But if you'd rather not, that is okay. You also said you just got home from work.
Damage.
We can also just take a go for it, then you might be able to see how how not scary it is before you go right into the fire. Oh, Ari just said something that she might not be at the PC. We'll have to wait a moment. Someone just click no to the queue.
Well, withdraw, sure. We should get you some more, new threads, Kai.
And what?
Some new drip.
New drip?
Yeah.
Why?
Those armors from 20...
You
Okay.
don't have the 20. You don't have the 20.
I'll be right
23.
back.
Yeah. New year, new you.
And then after, hopefully, Arya's also ready. You guys enjoy. Don't be too mean while I'm away.
That's Kai asking us to be mean.
Yeah, I was about to say, oh my god, can you believe Kai?
I know.
Okay, so we're gossiping, right?
Yeah.
He's peeved.
That's what you came to really want to do.
I was waiting for the right moment. Discord allowed it. Gossip time.
All the idle gossip.
Lots of gossiping.
Totally.
Oh my god, what's wrong with you? Like, that's what the celebrity magazines are all about.
Mm-hmm.
Colin,
Oh, I
you should be
see
in the
celebrity
know.
magazines every day. Because I think like the most popular one is like sold is like That's Okay or That's TV. They look very terrible though.
I only get
Find
Game
it
Informer
funny when they
magazines.
do. Find it funny when they do who wear it best, and I'm like, literally, honestly,
I wore it
don't
best.
care. Yes,
Obviously.
Zalala fan.
Don't you know the Lalas always wear it best?
Yeah. Yeah. Thea Glam's not edgy enough teaser.
Colin, since you agreed that sorry, Tessa, since you agreed that the Lala fan wore it best, you turning Lala.
Ah, warrior.
Yeah, I will
Love-
buy you a Fantasia to get you Lalafell.
Oh, you get into Lala.
There's no way. I haven't
Wait,
been
you
able
just
to.
said that they wore it best, and you know your Tessa's
But
wearing
you're a
it best.
master race.
Yeah, we need to convert you to Lalafell so you can have a hat.
No, I'm gonna stick for Tavira until they finally give me a hat, and then I
Alright. I'm back.
That's wishful thinking.
Very,
Thank you.
very wishful thinking.
Thank you, Vicels. Hope you're doing well.
Yeah, Kai, you missed
Alright.
it. We spread all the idle gossip about you. We mentioned how pink everything is.
Oh no! Anything but that!
So pink,
We
it's
ready?
super pink.
It's super pink. Right.
They've gone to pink.
So, in the first... So I'm just going to quickly run through the mechanics so Altia has a chance. At the
Why
very
not in the
start,
puddle?
at the very start, quite early, the boss is going to do cone AoEs on everyone, and he's going to do them twice. You can sidestep the second one. You don't have to. You can pretty much survive it just fine because it's unsynced. But the key thing is that if you stack too many of them on top of each other, then it might hurt a lot. So spread out.
Didn't we stack it last time and it was we all died?
Yeah.
I like that. We should do that again.
When we switch to the intermission, the first part, Nabrialis, will make lines to everyone. The key thing is that if 2 players overlap their lines, they both die, because it gives a magic vulnerability debuff. And more importantly, if you hit a tank with it, they will also die, because we have to tank meteors in the north and south that go clockwise. So you need to make sure you're not pointing the beam that points at you, if you get a beam that points at you, at anyone else. And while other players without a beam can dodge you, tanks cannot. We have to stand in a specific spot, so you simply have to play around us. The second part of the intermission, you will get either a fire debuff or an ice debuff. There will be 2 bosses, Iriom and La Habrea. They will have 3 fire orbs or 3 ice orbs circling them like a black mage. Attack the one that does not match your debuff. So if you get the red or orange debuff, attack the one with the ice orbs and vice versa. They do have a mechanic after that, but we typically skip that. And then the third intermission with Asian Prime, you will get like 800 different debuffs, exaggerated just to prove a point. You need to get hit by the donut AoEs, but only one of them. You also need to not be looking at the tanks and the healers, because we have a glare mechanic over our heads. You also need to not get hit more than once, because you will get knockbacked off the arena if you do. If you manage to do all these things, your reward is that you don't need to get rest for the next phase. If you mess up, it's fine. There's such a long time between that there's a good chance that we can get you raised. Although now that we have 4 DPS, it might weigh a little bit on whether Arya can help with raising or not. I don't know if Zip can manage every one of them.
We go brr.
And in the last bit, for the most part, dodge mechanics. There is a final phase, like after the active time event. In that one, there is a save spot exactly in the center of C. You can also choose to just dodge the mechanics properly, but if you stand perfectly on C, there are mechanics coming in from the left and the right that will simply just miss. If you didn't get all that, it's okay. We take it when it goes wrong.
Yeah, we wing it.
Yeah.
That's how, what's the name of that term? Oh, well.
Just do it.
Do it. Do it. Kill him.
Let the DPS go through it.
And then comes the cones. And then you can sidestep it if you want.
I do like that Hades specifically tells you how to do that mechanic.
Stand on
Because
the
it says
flat
scatter.
side. Yeah, stand on the flat side, then switch.
See, he's trying to
But as
help
you can
us
see, it doesn't kill you.
Yeah, what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger
Duh.
and more liable to doing taking more damage.
I mean, technically, if we all die, we get 5% bonus.
That is true.
Only if we get far enough. Step into the section of the arena with no orb.
We already beat him. Come on. Yeah.
And here comes intermission 1. So if you get a beam towards you, you want to aim it away from everyone else.
More specifically, the tank.
Especially don't point it at the tanks.
How did it get beam?
What?
Nice.
I got beam. Ah. That was my bad.
Yep, you cannot take the meteors for me.
That's if you got the debuff, you can't.
Exactly. Well, the thing is that Ultia got caught in an awkward spot because they were to my left.
Oh, I'm off healing. That's cool. That's gonna be interesting.
But it's fine. See,
you'll be
it's
fine.
okay. We just raise up again.
What kills you only makes you stronger.
So you want to make sure that you're attacking the one that has the opposite color to your debuff. Tanks are correct.
I am correct.
No. All the change in mind.
And now, Asian Prime. This is the part where typically DPS die. It's there's so many things that the best I can say is try to get hit by one of the donut AoEs. Try to not look at the tanks and healers. Try to stay closer to the middle of the arena, but there's so many things that you have to do at once that typically I don't think we managed to do this without anyone dying yet.
No, stop moving. Stop moving.
Oh, whoops.
Oh, I got petrified, so I don't be able to help anyone.
I am also petrified.
Yeah, I was looking at your
Use
map.
second wind if you have it.
That's fine.
I was gonna do my favorite spell, the raise, the heal into the.
Arya will not have mana to raise anyone.
That's fair.
You need to raise Ultia.
I was hoping I had Presence of Mind active at this time, but I didn't.
You don't need to use Presence of Mind for that.
But it's quicker.
Look, man. If the boss is immune to damage for 40 seconds, then you resing everyone in 20 seconds instead of 30 doesn't change much, does it?
But it makes it feel better. It's all about
If you
how it
say
feels.
so.
He's going with the feels, man.
Yeah, it's like how if you play Spider-Man, it makes you feel like you're Spider-Man. The way he swings, it gives you the full authentic experience.
He do be
I like how
swinging
there's a
though.
mod that turns Spider-Man into Anya Forger.
Does he then go Waku Waku or?
I'm sure if you believe enough.
Waku Waku?
That would be funny.
There is a achievement referencing Crash Bandicoot, so I guess that's the closest you can get.
It has a knockback, so you want to stack in the middle first.
Hey, you want to be in the middle.
It's a really mean mechanic.
We need another Timmy.
But I think it would be hard to explain where this is leading up to it.
Well, my
Yeah.
Swiftcast is gone.
Oh, the Swiftcast.
Don't worry about it, Ultia.
Yeah, okay, enough time.
You need to see the mechanics happen to be able to react to them. Most of these mechanics are so weird that it would be hard to explain.
Especially since it depends on what we manage to skip and what we don't manage to skip.
Yeah, exactly. There could have been a genuine probability that we would have skipped that mechanic with the knockback.
They used to explain the like drill sergeant method. You see here, you die. You do that, you die. You stand here, you die.
I like that method.
It's the
All the
MTQ capture way. Do this or you will die.
And I haven't looked at those raid guides since the start of...
I watched a few of them recently
Walker.
because there aren't very many guides on how to do stuff unsynced. So
I
it's
know when
easier
it's
to,
being deliberate.
just watch the guide like the proper guide. Alright, here there is a safe spot exactly on C.
Zip got to use his rescue, it's fine. So now he can no longer sacrifice us.
I messed up.
Oh no! Yeah, but I watched a few of those guides because I was doing Memoria Misera and Seed of Sacrifice. It was just easier to just, you know, watch the guide, the proper guide, and go, okay, well I probably only need like half of the things in each of these phases, so if I just have sort of an idea of what to do, it'll be fine, probably.
Ah.
And need and greed as you want. We'll see his first try. Okay. Easy.
Hey, got the cop free. Ah, I, not O. Man, level 465 gear? That's amazing.
Wow.
Why does everyone have these Dalek orchestrion rolls? I've been trying to get rid of them for a week now.
Where is the warrants from?
I think it's like Stormcloak, because I have 2 in my inventory and I've done Stormcloak like 3 times.
Ah, yes. Well, we can't pull the farm for friend yet, because not
Thank you, Nilrory. Have a good day.
many have gotten the mount yet. A potato with a pumpkin.
I have seafood in my inventory worth 40k.
Wow.
Why don't you eat it or sell it?
It was given to me by a random Rothgar in Limsa. Kind of knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And so it will go on a canvas.
It was given to me as a present.
I also have,
Now I guess I'm stuck with it.
I was also given this in Limsa. It was just from someone fishing off the...
Finger shrimp.
Yep, it's for 42 cents,
Wow.
I think.
Cents?
Yeah. That's accurate.
Cents?
This is an American data center.
This is an European data center.
Fine. Euros. Actually, I don't know what the penny version of euros is.
I don't know, it changes too much.
Yeah. I feel.
Natsuko says the only finger shrimp I see is you, Zip.
Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully it's a little bit easier this time, Ultia, now that you know how the mechanics are looking. That's the thing. You can watch a guide and get everything explained, but even so, it's still much easier to understand things when you see them for real. I'm not expecting that you suddenly get everything right now. It's just that you might have a better chance. It's also very easy for me to say, now you'll survive, right? When I play Warrior, who happens to be much more capable of surviving making mistakes, and also don't get targeted by the disaster mechanic on Ascian Prime.
Yeah. Makes my job easy, and that's what I'm at.
Talking about warriors are just off healers.
Yeah, exactly. That's why Warrior had 2 healing spells, one for themselves and one for everyone else.
Actually,
And they have a barrier.
Actually, they have a lot more healing spells. than
Warriors have Shake It Off. Now you have to stand on the side that is
the barrier.
opposite to the empty spot. I think I'm dead. Yep. Both tanks are dead.
It
Well,
happens.
you're lucky it's the intermission phase.
Yep.
You both
Oh,
reviving
this
now
was
at the same
done.
time.
Yeah, I
This
didn't
was
use Soka.
done intentionally to for the mount drop.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now I expect them out to drop.
Yeah, we Psycho both
Oh,
tanks.
I think we're opposite. Good.
Nice, I didn't get Tether. This was a good day.
I'm dead.
It's fine. I'll take one for the team. Look, never mind.
Well, hey back.
Quick, someone revive Kai.
My Swift cast didn't work.
My best advice for those cones is that like the top left and the bottom right part, there's not going to come a tank through that's going to be angry about you being there. I don't know if those spaces are completely occupied every time.
No, I'll take them all. They're mine now.
It's
they're yours.
Dragon Ball.
You can have this one.
But I wanted the red one.
It's mine. Huh? Oh yeah! I just
I don't know my
remembered.
Benedict.
Don't move. Like you move.
Um,
Who moved last second?
Yeah, I didn't know my Benedict.
Welcome back, Akira.
That's fine, I can res everyone though.
That's fine. Just leave one of the tanks up.
The boss is on half health.
That's fine. I got my
That believes in you, that believes in this.
So you're stacking for that, yeah?
Yeah,
No.
we got stuff.
Are you out of thin air?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
I got my fin air now though. I'm just waiting for
Oh, new mechanic. Looks like chase AoEs.
oh, we had this mechanic last time.
We did?
Yeah, when we had I think 5 people.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's not
It's just
it's
we
the-
disrespected it completely.
Remember
and
lucid
didn't
dreaming
care.
if you have it? Yeah. Warrior has a self-heal, a heal for themselves again, and a heal they share with someone else, and they have Shake It Off, which is basically on the power level with an Astrologian with neutral sect using Aspected Helios. Just on a 90-second cooldown as a tank cooldown, because balanced, right?
Yeah, exactly. See?
what, you're already imbalanced?
No. See, warrior needs now a ranged attack and another heal.
They
That
need
is
to make
true.
Fell Cleave ranged.
Oh man, if they do that, oh.
I don't understand why I need to be in melee range to use it. When I swing the axe, it like materializes like saw blades anyway.
Yeah, it should be like the monk ranged Tanyal.
I mean, technically,
Yeah.
monk could do range because key. You can use key to punch.
You punch so hard that you just send bursts of wind. That would actually be a useful
it works in
cooldown.
D&D.
That would be a useful cooldown for like for monks that they could activate and then they just get range in their attacks for a little bit.
Oh, bye.
I mean, it's possible.
Did you get
in
knocked off the
D&D.
arena again, Ultia?
To be fair, I could have rescued that.
If I remember correctly, I was lucky to not get knocked off by that mechanic like 5 times last week, last farming session. Because I just kept using knockback immunity or a dash in the last split second because I didn't realize that the AoE happened second.
That's because you were using Berserk.
Oh yeah, also that. That can also block it.
Alright, we have stumbled our way through this fight. Maybe
Yeah.
the drop.
We've had a lot of deaths this try. Surely we have a mount drop this time. Gears' balance doesn't exist in this game. Well, if everything is broken, then nothing is.
That is true.
Yeah.
Because if everyone's broken in a very special way, then that means that they're all balanced.
Yeah. But Warrior, like, I do feel that it is very weird. Warrior wasn't missing anything, they didn't need anything. And then randomly, they just get a heal over time component added to shake it off. They did not need that. They did not need that. And I also want to add that this heal over time component is on the ability out the box. So that means when you unlock the trait later on that makes it do some instant healing, that actually is less than the healing that the heal over time delivered out the box. So it goes from healing a grand total of 500 potency over its duration to 800.
I mean, hey. I don't mind. You live longer. Surprisingly enough, that was our fastest run.
You know what wasn't fast about this run? Or wasn't poggers? Teaser didn't get pulled off.
Yeah, you didn't pull me off.
Yeah, I casted it.
How was that our fastest run?
I don't know, but we got 18 while all the times we keep going 9.
Well, our fastest run was actually 7 point something.
Oh
7
yeah.
point, I don't know.
Akira says Warrior also needs to get Thunderclap. Oh yeah. We also need to get Dragon's Fury, I believe it's called, from WoW. Just a circle AoE that is a guaranteed critical hit. It hits like a truck.
Not like Felcleave crit hits aren't already massive amounts of damage.
Yeah,
Soul Silver says Warrior needs Heart of Corundum. What they're actually doing, as you've heard, a lot of players make fun of the fact that all tanks are slowly just turning into Warrior. What they're actually doing is they're preparing us all for next expansion where they just merge all of the jobs in every role.
Yeah, I think that.
You just get all 4 short cooldown defensives.
Well, yeah, I'd love to play a Dark Knight.
That would, by the way, be absolutely insane.
I mean, it'd make Dark Knight into a DPS, which is all that matters.
Aren't they already partially a DPS?
Yeah, but what most people don't want to play. Most people want to play Dark Knight, but they don't want to play the tanking part.
That's Gunbreaker.
No, it's got a Slight like as well. I keep thinking on.
No. Those players have switched to Reaper.
Oh, that's fair.
They just
Soul
switched Edge for Edge.
Silver says Shake It Off also needs to get Magic Barrier added into it as well, of course. And oh yeah, and it actually they need to replace the heal over time component of Shake It Off with just straight up the Sage's Kerakoli. Just bam, 10% damage reduction. And Akira says, watch Dark Knight get no changes for the rest of the expansion. Natsuko, this is a bad place to stand. I'm dead.
You're
No,
lucky I
Zip, it was
survived.
my rock.
Never mind.
It was my rock, Zip.
My rock.
So a little reminder, if the meteors don't get dealt with, we all die. That's why the only person you have to respect in that mechanic is the tanks need to be allowed to stand on the meteor spots. You can stand anywhere you like, you can even stack on someone else that dies from it, but the tanks and at least one healer, and we only have one healer, has to live. That is the only requirement to beat that mechanic.
Yeah, sadly we can't cheese it.
Yeah, basically we can't cheese it.
What?
And Varen says, Warrior should also should just get the Blackest Knight to top it all off. Yeah, exactly. And Sheltron. And of course, when you click your invuln, it does all of the tank invulns at once.
That'd be fun.
With Holmgang's cooldown.
That'd be certainly an interesting experience because you wouldn't be able to technically use Living Dead. It just wouldn't pop.
that is true.
Because I'm worried I'm preventing it. And
and all of the other ones preventing it. Actually, maybe it doesn't do the super blind part. Nikita says the Dark Knight developer gets let out of the cage every other expansion. Oh. Gunbreakers become summoner.
The only downside is Summoner doesn't have a gun book.
It's okay, Arya.
Not yet.
I just want to be clear. I'm not mad that we wipe. I'm just recounting what went wrong when we wipe. Because if we don't talk about what goes wrong when we wipe, then it's going to happen again. It might still happen. But if we don't talk about it, then we don't really have a good position to say, well, we did talk about it.
I might.
And Moss is dead.
Yeah, I hit mouse.
Congratulations, now you have to take the meteor.
Yeah, I did. It's fine, the rock was mine.
Oh, he still survived it as well, which is good.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's the
'cause he
thing.
didn't
The
get the
reason why it's a huge problem if you get one of the tanks killed is because you have to take the meteor on their place. And you might still have, you probably have the magic vulnerability still, so you will also die to do
What's the
that.
sacrifice I'm willing to.
Yeah, so killing the tank means that we have 2 deaths.
Oh, I just realized they actually have orbs around them.
Man, I see.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I was basing it off of their spellcast.
I actually highlighted that they have orbs around them like 3 times today.
Yeah, but I'm very blind. I was like, what do you mean?
Very
around
blind.
them? I couldn't see it. All the effects on my spells just made it so hard.
Okay, that's fair. It's just a little funny that you mentioned now that you just noticed.
Alright. None of the orb people move. We're fine.
I need healing. I just barely survived.
Oh, I got petrified. TZ, you're gonna have to. I hope you don't die.
I don't have nascent flash. I already spent all of my healing. This is the saddest inner release.
At least it's interface.
I was doing the. I got petrified while sliding, while also doing the low position too. So it's kind of hilarious.
And this is how the janky early inner release Primal Rend Warrior opener looks when you do it too early.
It creates a lily on the ground.
Mars says, I save a requisite clemency for the dooms. Mars, there's one thing you need to know about clemency. It no longer does more healing during requisite. It just is instant. And if you're standing still anyway, you don't need to do that. So just spam clemency during that phase for the dooms. You don't need to have requiesced for it. They remove the interaction where clemency also heals for more.
How about all the heals?
It's okay, Mouse. It's a really weird interaction that clemency can still spend the requiescent stacks to be instant, but it doesn't actually get any damage or healing bonus from it.
Oh wow. I figured the ice burst would happen back where before I jumped, but apparently it followed me all the way to where I landed.
It is worth mentioning that clemency still heals like you for half of the amount if you heal someone else with it. So spamming heals out on healers and tanks to help with the doom is more effective than spamming it on yourself.
Oh, you don't need to do it on me because I use, what do you call it? Benediction, and then I just spam heals on mouse. Because I know Kai will probably survive if I hit
I
him
survived
on
1 frame before I would have died. You might. Here's a tip, Sip. You need to cast fewer Cure 2s on yourself. So maybe you should use Benediction on a tank.
I was curing them on you.
You were putting them on me,
Yeah.
but I survived just barely this time.
Yeah.
You didn't use it on me. Bloodwetting, I'm using Nascent Flash on Moss. So we both get healing. And clearly that isn't enough. I use everything I have.
It's a very spooky day.
So if you're spamming Cure 2s or something, it would certainly be more beneficial for yourself, Zip, if you use Benediction on a tank and then spam Cure 2 on yourself, if that's what you're doing. But actually, now that we're on that subject, it would probably be more effective to spam Cure 3, and we just stand closer.
Yeah, it might. Yeah, it's 600 potency, so it could work.
Okay, it says Paladin is kind of a glitch in the 2-minute burst meta. Since it can burst whenever it wants, and none of its moves are tied to the gauge. To a gauge. That is true. That is one of the benefits of Paladin, is that the only preparation you can make for your burst is getting divine.
This is rigged!
Is to
I
get
got it twice!
is to get Divine Might ready, and then having it so that your next GCD is Royal Authority, so that you can fill the 3 filler GCDs with Holy Spirit, Royal Authority, Holy Spirit. But it is a very, very small amount of damage you get from that. Oh. Arya helped out again?
I need to quickly pop to the toilets for a bit.
Alright. Akira says, I don't think every job should be like Paladin, but I think it's very interesting. I agree. On one hand, having very little prep necessary for your bursts mean that your job can get a little bit more creative with the downtime, because it doesn't hurt your burst phase. On the other hand, having nothing to prep for your burst might make the downtime feel more hollow. We talked about this yesterday on stream, that the problem with the 2-minute burst meta isn't the 2-minute burst itself, and it isn't the downtime, because the downtime for some jobs is complicated in its own right. It is interesting in its own right. The problem is that the burst phase is a lot more interesting in contrast to the downtime. So it makes the downtime feel even more boring. We talked about it in comparison to World of Warcraft, where most specializations, yeah, they have cooldowns, but pretty much boils down to, for a lot of specializations, click your cooldown and then continue doing your downtime rotation. And they don't mind, as far as I know, their downtime rotations nearly as much. The reason I'm moving towards there is the reason why downtime isn't as much of a complaint in World of Warcraft is because the difference in excitement of your rotation between your downtime and your uptime is not as big. So the downtime doesn't feel as glaringly boring in contrast. Like, we can probably all agree that Warrior's Burst isn't that wild. Spam Fell Cleave.
Hey, Fell
I'm
Cleave
back.
is amazing. Fell Cleave is amazing. What are you talking about?
The better spell is Blasting Zone into Sonic Break.
I feel like Sonic Break is weirdly boring to press. It's just the animation of it is a little subtle. It's a little bit like Higanbana in some ways. And then most of the damage is a damage over time component. So it doesn't feel like you do very much when you click it. LT has gone offline. And Soul Silver says, Blasting Zone and Double Down are some of my favorite buttons in the game. And yeah, they do both hit incredibly hard and have very explosive, pun intended, animations. Which makes them feel more impactful. It's an interesting thing is that an attack that does a lot of damage and also looks like it hits very hard makes it very satisfying to press. If the attack doesn't do very much damage, it doesn't feel very exciting to press, even if it looks very visually pleasing. But if an attack looks visually exciting but doesn't do very much damage, it can still be interesting.
Spooky.
And
I actually
yeah,
like the way Fire 4 and Xenovelocity look when you cast those.
Oh, absolutely. Those are some of the most satisfying buttons in the game. And Soul Silver also mentions Burst Strike. Surprisingly satisfying. I almost like Burst Strike with Hyper Velocity better than the full Gnashing Fang combo. Ready to blast! You bet I am!
There's 6 of us. Oh, we were at. Oh yeah, Arya had to go.
Yeah, we're an even number now.
What? Even numbers? What is this?
Nani?
We've been. Well, technically, we started out as an even number.
We were
at 8.
8 and then
Yeah, that's
7,
true.
then 6, and then we were 5, and then we were 6.
I think it might
Yeah,
be a
they
good
were
place to
exciting.
say that we stop after this this kill, and we've been going at it for 4 hours.
Darkness reigns.
Yeah.
My darkness be purged.
Oh, find the hole.
Yeah, pixel perfect precision.
Soul Silver says, clearly Fell Cleave should also get hyper velocity. Well, in the inevitable day where we stack all of the tanks together, that is the only possible result, right? And obviously, instead of Warrior having to do like more than one combo to use Fell Cleave, they just use cartridges instead. So they can do they can stockpile 3 Fell Cleaves.
Oh man.
Ooh boy.
All the fell cleaves. I heard you like to throw your axe at You good.
Yeah, just barely made it. Just remember, it is a cone, so you want to be really careful about standing where the meteors are landing. Because I have to stand extra far away.
Yeah, I too like my cones, especially on the ice cream.
So Silver says, also, Berserker will be the only class to have their 1-2-3 combo on one button. Clearly. And Akira says, you can weave a defensive if you press it after continuation, but not before. You can actually weave a defensive before continuation. The only thing that cancels continuation is if you use a weapon skill. So you can actually, if you want to, you can use Gnashing Fang, Blasting Zone, and then continuation. But you cannot do Gnashing Fang, Blasting Zone, Bow Shock, Burst Strike, continuation. You clipped. Then you have to make sure that you have a strong enough connection.
Don't move, guys, don't move. Don't move. Ah.
Sorry. Oh, wipe. Wipe. It is always possible, if you're on a decent connection, that you can double weave after a continuation combo step.
The best thing.
You have to remember that, Akira, that you don't have to watch the animation finish.
But the pretty colors.
Also, speaking of which, now Berserker can triple weave at up to 400 plus ping. No. Berserker just doesn't have to. Just doesn't get an animation lock when they weave things. Abilities just don't have an animation. They just happen. Like a ghost character just appears to perform it for you. But if you're having trouble double weaving things, Akira, then you don't have to, like, I think it is possible to play Gunbreaker without double weaving, but it's a lot harder to fit everything in.
I know, I don't have my Gunbreaker high enough, so I can't say anything about
I love double weaving.
Honestly, I started Gunbreaker, and then the Ultimate Bible of the Warrior came to me, and then I said screw Dark Knight and Gunbreaker and went to Warrior.
Well, I leveled up my Dark Knight to 91st, and then I went Gunbreaker because it was just already at the level.
Akira, I'll show you. Akira, I'll show you that how that it can be done after this kill. We'll take a look at it. It might be because you're pressing buttons too late.
And he gone. Well, 2 died.
That's fine.
It's kind of funny seeing the watery explosion and someone fall.
Swap.
I'm like, wait, someone died?
You're right, Kai.
What? What do you mean?
You seemed a bit surprised there.
Nah.
Oh, no. I did Life Surge.
Oh. The saddest life surge.
Just running back and forth. waiting for Prime to pop up, and he won't pop up.
I'm dead.
Right. Don't move. None of the tanks move, or the healers. Yes.
Well, in that case, I will just spam thing. Oh, I got petrified. If you have life surge, too.
Bloodbath.
Will heal him. It's okay.
Look at me, I am the hero now.
I am the backup healer.
Only sometimes.
Oh boy.
Wait, how did Natsu and Altair die? Because I looked at where they were and they looked fine in position.
Hmm.
Because when I told you guys to not move, was it this half right here where I'm running, and over here was fine. Because that was exactly
The
where it was
reason
with
why
us.
people keep moving when you say stop moving, Tessa, is because while you are doing whatever it is that you're doing over there, we're standing around trying to figure out which way to face and where to stand so that we cannot face anyone. Because we also get petrified if we look at each other. And we have to like stack over in a corner like that, so we have to like draw a little triangle and look in each different direction, or that happens. So for that reason, we also have problems. It's just that they are not quite as lethal. What killed me, by the way, is that the mechanic that sets everyone to 1 HP doesn't set you to 1 HP. It just does 99.9999999 of your health in damage. So if you have less than full HP, you just die.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's why I died, because I was missing, like, I was missing more than 0 HP.
I wonder if you can invuln those. Or is it just like, no?
Invuln what now?
The, if you don't reach max, you just take basically an insta-kill hit.
Oh, that! You can shield the damage. If I use Shake It Off, we only get set to like 20,000 health. Or I do, at least. So you can barrier it. Makes it safer.
My dormant breath, dream now of a dark tomorrow.
Which is also part of the reason why we know that it is damage done and not being set, because Kefka, you know, 08 it, he will set your health to 1, but barriers will last. They will stay.
Yeah.
That's how we cheesed that fight.
All the cheating.
Yes. Here says, I just did it on Gunbreak. I have to weave it early though. That's true. You generally want, if you're double weaving, you typically want to weave as early as you can. Like, you want to click your job, like your weapon skill, and then immediately start mashing your ability. And when you see the animation begin, you immediately want to mash the next ability you want to use. To make sure they go out on time. If you're really good at it, you might be able to like choose to delay something you want to late weave late. But in most cases, it doesn't matter. If you have high enough skill speed, you may want to late weave No Mercy, for example.
Yeah.
You run slow Gunbreaker. Well, then you don't have to do the late weaving. I don't think it changes anything, at least.
There it is.
I don't think that was very healthy, given that the boss still had enough % health that they might be able to do another mechanic.
It's fine.
No mount,
There
by
you
the
go.
way.
I was
My
waiting for that.
sacrifice was pointless.
See, because you grabbed Dragoon. That's the issue.
Yeah, I should have grabbed the bard. Would have been a sword tail.
Whatever. They're both. See, you can't grab Dragoons because we're just dedicated to die. Well, have a higher probability.
Akira says, I use no mercy after Keen Edge or Brutal Shell. Yeah, it's something like that. Let me just go to my house to find a striking dummy.
There's a striking dummy next door in the
Yeah, there's the one next door.
Japanese style house right next to FFXIV.
But there's also a striking dummy at my house.
But it's more funny to do it in your neighbor.
No.
In case they log on and they just walk outside and they see you attacking it.
Technically.
So if
So I
I
like
remember
to do.
correctly, the optimal slow opener is to do Keen Edge, Brutal Shell, No Mercy,
One dummy.
and Bloodfest. Something like that. I think. Let me just take a little gander at that to be sure.
It doesn't matter. Apparently, I'm primary enemy.
Yeah, Brutal Shell, No Mercy, Bloodfest together. And the reason why you use Bloodfest together with the Brutal Shell is because if you use that leaves a free slot to use a tincture after Keen Edge if you plan to do that. So you do Keen Edge,
He does it.
Brutal Shell, No Mercy, Bloodfest, Gnashing Fang, and then, you know, weave something. You also want to get double down in. You also should use Sonic Break before you continue the Gnashing Fang combo, but genuinely, the exact order doesn't matter that much. What matters is you fit everything in. The key problem with using the cooldowns late is if you get the next No Mercy window exactly on time, then you will not be able to use the things that you delayed again before the time you delayed them to. So as you delay them throughout the fight, they will show up later and later in your burst. That's why you tend to want to put them early if you can. But technically, if you need to put them there, then put them there. Like, you know that using the Gnashing Fang combo steps eats up an extra OGCD because you need to use continuation. So if you use anything else, you can weave more freely. And I'm mentioning this because it can sometimes be problematic for Gunbreakers to weave defensives during their burst if they need it. But it's just to say there are ways to make it work. And sometimes that way may or may not cost you something in your burst. Yeah, what matters is that while the optimal opener and burst front loads all of the cooldowns, which is optimal, like that gets them on cooldown faster, the whole benefit of doing that is that it gives you the opportunity to delay them when or if you need to. And there can be many reasons for that. For example, if a new target appears that you'd rather use Sonic Break on or Bioshock on, then obviously you would want to delay them so that they land on them. Things like that. If you know that there's going to be a second target showing up in a moment, then delaying double down momentarily might also be better than using it immediately. There's a lot of things you can do to like optimize it. Gunbreaker isn't that set in stone. No tank is, in fact.
I think we were ending after that last
Yeah,
time.
I think 4 hours of Hades is fine. We'll have to
Yeah,
continue
4
another
hours.
time.
Hey, we've done it 22 times? 21 times, so we just are almost halfway.
We've done it 18 times today.
Well, 18. 21 in total.
Did we only get 3 kills last time?
Yeah. Because we're at 42 totems, unless you guys have totems I don't know about.
I have 42.
No, I have 44, but I did 1 back in Shadowbringers.
Ooh.
That's how I had the Elios weapon already.
Kai's cheating. He did it before.
I mean, I technically have the Helios weapon as well, and I had it in Shadowbringers. However, I did buy it at the start of the expansion when I was level 80.
Well, the difference is that Helios is drop only. Augmented Helios is craftable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I bought the augmented Helios because it's better.
Mars, do you know if Arya got one of the Hades aura sights?
I think only you got it, Kai.
And I only managed to get one from dismantling stuff. So
Ooh.
we only have, what, 3 total? No,
Did
that's
Arya
right.
I
get
can
one
go
of
to
those?
Scholar and do that.
I thought Arya got one.
Oh, Natsu gave it to her. Okay.
Ah. Oh yeah, Natsu got it. So yeah, so Arya has one. Kai has 2, and I have 1.
Oh, I didn't get one from just synthesizing the Inoclis. Oh, it sucks only having alchemists leveled up to do that.
Nolty says they weren't
Yeah,
that
yeah.
bad when I did Endwalker Extreme Trial 2. That's just random chance. It's not that there's different drop rates. It's just random. When I did like 10 runs in total, 8, 9, or 10 of Seed of Sacrifice, I believe. Let me actually check. I do have the totems for that. And we
You
had
said
like
combat,
5
yeah.
mount drops in that time. Like we had over 50% drop rate, something like that.
I mean, it's also a case of it being 10 minutes and not 2 minutes like Titania is.
We did
Yeah.
9 runs, and I do specifically remember we had 5 mounts. So the drop rate is mostly the same. It's just that RNG do be random.
And it feels longer.
Yeah, exactly. The reason why Hades feels so bad is also because it takes 7 to 10 minutes per clear, and half of the fight is cutscenes and waiting. Like
Natsu's
Thordan.
hacking the dummy, apparently.
Yeah, why
Akira says on the 2-minute mark, I go into No Mercy with 3 cartridges already, dump them, then use Bloodfest, and then I can get in Burst Strikes in while No Mercy's up. Correct, exactly. When you have Bloodfest and 3 cartridges, then you have 2. So you have 8 GZDs if you play Slow Gunbreaker. So you will want to use the full Gnashing Fang combo. That's 3. Double down, so you're up to 4. Sonic Break. So you have 5. And then the rest of your
I don't think we
GZDs,
don't know those movements,
your
but that's-
GZD
that's
part should
good.
be 3 Burst Strikes.
It's got space. It's fine.
Which of course puts an extreme strain on your OGSD situation because you have 6 continuations. And you also have
Sorry, yeah.
Blasting Zone, Bow Shock, 2 Rough Divides, and Bloodfest to use. So that's 5 OGCDs. Let's see. Yep, 5 OGCDs and 6 continuations. That's 11 OGCDs, and then you have 8 GCDs. So you have 5 open OGCD slots if you use everything. So the key thing here is that if you need to weave something, like a defensive cooldown, this is the reason why you want to like double weave every single GCD in your burst that doesn't need it, because those 5 free slots are crucially important if you need something. So you pretty much want to, open with No Mercy, Gnashing Fang continuation, something, and then double down, Bloodfest, something, and then Sonic Break, and then you have 2 somethings, which one of them could be Rough Divide, which is also why you could actually do, double down, Bloodfest, Rough Divide, and then Sonic Break, something, Rough Divide. But the key thing here is that every time you don't need a defensive cooldown, you double weave 2 damage things, so that if something comes up that requires a defensive cooldown, you have a weaving slot to do that. Pre-popping Rampart or Camouflage also works. That is also something that I do sort of offhandedly mention in my starter guide for Gunbreaker by suggesting that you can use a light defensive cooldown to force the late weave on No Mercy, so that you go Keen Edge, Brutal Shell. Well, if it wasn't for the fact that you want to, weave Bloodfest with No Mercy at max level, you could go, if you were just weaving No Mercy, you could go Keen Edge, Brutal Shell, no Camouflage, No Mercy. They do last a long time. The only problem that can be with using a defensive cooldown preemptively is that if you didn't need a defensive cooldown, good luck, Ultia. Ultia going in to do some more P5S.
Nice.
Is that if you didn't need that defensive cooldown for that, but right after it runs out, you needed it for, I don't know, a tank buster. This could be a thing in Savage, for example. Then it will be a problem that you use defensive cooldown preemptively. However, I do believe that in most situations, especially in Savage, learning when you need defensive cooldowns and, more importantly, what defensives you need is super important, because when you know what cooldowns you need when, you also know what cooldowns you don't need and when you don't need them. Which means that you can go, oh, well, there's I won't need Rampart for the next 90 seconds. And the boss is just going to be wailing on me for 20 seconds now. So I'm just going to use Rampart here. So that I take less auto-attack damage. That helps the healers conserve resources, lets them attack more. Attack more safely rather, but they don't have to use their tools to keep you alive because you're taking less damage. And with some tanks, you can keep yourself alive while doing that. So knowing those smaller details, like when you need to use cooldowns, also tells you which ones are free to just toss. Like, for example, I actually want to use a defensive cooldown when I go into No Mercy just to be on the safe side. I won't need Rampart, so I'll use that one. Or I won't need Camouflage, so I'll use that one. This is where Paladin shines really brightly, because Holy Sheltron, being able to have 2 of them in the chamber at once, means that you can quite regularly just go, well, I have an extra Sheltron, I'll just use one now. And do that. Which makes it a lot easier. You don't even need to know whether you need that Holy Sheltron or not, because you have 2 of them. Gunbreaker is so restrictive sometimes. Both Dark Knight and Gunbreaker has this thing with a lot of OGCDs in their burst, which can make it difficult to use cooldowns that you might need throughout it. Warrior and Paladin are both considered far slower play, with much fewer OGCDs, which makes them easier. And I think that's really the key thing to consider here, is that Paladin and Warrior are like in one box of like style of tanking, whereas Gunbreaker and Dark Knight is in another one, where Warrior and Paladin has a very open rotation with a lot of room for what you want to do, whereas Dark Knight and Gunbreaker has these periods where every single GSD has to be planned out perfectly, so you don't, waste anything.
Is that how you get Gill Zip and Limsa?
And Soul Silver says, you sacrifice some freedom for higher peaks with Dark Knight and Gunbreaker, in my opinion. That is true. I believe Dark Knight and Gunbreaker both do slightly more DPS than Warrior and Paladin. Warrior and Paladin has other benefits. I believe Paladin has the strongest damage reduction potential of the tanks, I think. It doesn't apply if we talk about magic damage, because then Dark Knight wins easily because of Dark Mind, but in pretty much every other case, the fact that you have Holy Sheltron with its massive double 15% and you can block, which also works on spells, is really hard to compete with for the other tanks. I think I came up with the numbers that both Dark Knight and Gunbreaker can meet Paladin's damage reduction capacity by using all of their cooldowns. But Paladin is more capable of reducing damage by a lot. Meanwhile, Warrior is the healer tank. So Paladin and Warrior have more of a focus on being defensively superior, where Dark Knight and Gunbreaker has more of a focus of being offensively superior. And then they also have their own particular benefits, like Dark Knight being the master of taking magic damage easily, for example. And Akira says, on Dark Knight I don't struggle nearly as much as I do on Gunbreaker. Maybe it's just my own brain and not the job. I think the reason is because when you play Gunbreaker, you're extremely focused on making sure to use everything while no mercy is up. When you play Dark Knight, technically, you should be using your burst in the time frame that Living Shadow is up, which is also 20 seconds. But the difference is that given that Dark Knight itself doesn't do more damage from doing that, your only incentive to do this is that maybe there are raid buffs. But technically, you want to do all of your burst in a concentrated time frame of about 15 to 20 seconds. And because you don't have this clearly defined timer that Gunbreaker has, you have to focus a lot less on getting everything to fit. If we're going to be completely clear on what you need to fit in your Dark Knight burst, you need to use Blood Weapon just before it starts, and Delirium can be used before it starts, but typically it is what starts it in some capacity. So you have Delirium, Living Shadow, 2 Shadowbringers, sometimes Salted Earth and Salt and Darkness, so that's sometimes 2 extra, Carven Spit, 2 Plunges, and 3, 4, or 5, depending on Blood Weapon and stuff like that, of Edge of Shadow. If we assume an average of 4, that means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 in parentheses. Remember, Gunbreaker also has 11 OGCDs. So technically, Dark Knight is just as pressed as Gunbreaker. It's just that it is presented in a very different way, in a much less strict way, because if Gunbreaker messes it up, they lose damage from No Mercy, which their DPS is balanced around, and raid buff damage. Dark Knights just miss out on raid buff damage, which is a smaller loss. So the punishment for messing it up or getting it wrong for Dark Knight is less severe. But if we're going to be like super optimized, then Dark Knight and Gunbreaker are close to equally stressful to do the burst on, I would say. I hope that makes sense. Well, with that said, I don't think that we had much more to cover. We did, was it 18 runs?
Yeah, about. We went
Give or
from...
take.
And we got 3 mounts.
We went from 6 or 8 totems to 42.
I do believe we did 18 runs. And we did 3 last time.
Yeah.
Last time we finished both 1 kill of Titania and all of the kills we needed on Innocence, and then 3 runs on Hades. This time we did 18 runs, and only half of the FC part of the group got mounts.
However, we did get 3 sets of the Hades trophies. That's
Yeah, we did.
True.
1.2 mil worth.
Akira says, optimizing makes my brain hurt. I'll just go back to pressing Fell Cleave.
Fell Cleave is always the answer.
Soul Silver says, I think that whole segregated time for burst timer thing is actually something I realized I really like with jobs. It does help, as I have described it previously. I think, and this is also something that comes a bit about when I talk about why I think Dark Knight is like a smidgen more difficult to play perfectly than Gunbreaker, is that Gunbreaker has this neat box, segregated time for burst, as Soul Silver puts it, to do their burst. It makes it very rigid, very strict. You do the burst in this time frame. Dark Knight does not have that. They just have like a table with stuff on it, and you're told you need to use all of it. And that makes it a lot easier for you to forget something or misplace something, in my opinion. The fact that jobs have these segregated burst periods makes them a little easier to play, depending on how difficult it is to perform said burst, which is why even though Monk has such a segregated time for bursting with Riddle of Fire, preparing for that burst makes it so hard. Actually, speaking of Warrior is also capable of optimizing their burst. If you want to do the perfect burst with a Warrior, you want to use, of course, in a release, 3 Fell Cleaves and Primal Rend. That's 4. Typically, you segment your main portion of your burst in 15 or 20 seconds. The reason why we say 15 is because most raid cooldowns last 15 seconds. The reason why we say 20 seconds is often there's a little bit of a drift on cooldowns at times. So sometimes the full burst period is like 20 seconds, where some start at the beginning, all of them are up in the middle, and then near the end there's some of them that drop off, and then they all drop off. So you want to have at least 15 seconds filled if you want to optimize. 20 seconds, even better.
Sure.
Warrior, you can go into the burst with 50 beast gauge prepared, so that you have a Fell Cleave, and then you have Infuriate to use in a Chaos, and that makes it 15 seconds. So there is ways to optimize it. Same with Paladin, with how technically if you can get Divine Might, Royal Authority ready, and then you can get another Divine Might, you can optimize the Fight or Flight window. It just so happens that players have discovered that the damage difference between going out of your way to lose atonements to make that happen, the damage loss of doing that in your downtime period is too big. So if you optimize your burst, the damage gain from optimizing your burst is often not worth it. There are encounters where it is worth it, but in most cases just doing a rotation and then using your burst when it comes up is fine. And Akira says, Ninja is kind of easy, but the entry difficulty can be high. Yeah, exactly. If you can get the burst right, it doesn't feel that overwhelming, but the hard part is getting the burst right. And so Silver says, I like the high execution weave heavy windows, hence why I probably prefer those windows as I mentioned earlier. That makes sense. And yeah, there are ways to optimize even the simplest of jobs. Like, Summoner, you can save your 2 Aether Floats from energy drain, so that you can do 4 Festers when you have Searing Light up. Now, I don't have anything else planned.
Nope. But you're in my car now.
Yes. So with that said, if you like these streams or want to have an easier time following what's happening on this channel, you can join the Discord server, the Discord community server, where there is a channel dedicated to the weekly schedule, so you can always find that. And whenever I post new videos, plan streams and all that, there's a channel where that is actually where everything is posted first. So if you want to have an easy place to find when I post something, the Discord community server is an excellent place to look. And I don't think I have anything else. We haven't. The next stream is on Tuesday evening. Evening in Europe. Do you have anything you want to peddle, Thessa?
Nothing at the moment.
All
I've
right.
just been streaming whatever, whenever, while I work on my next video.
Yeah. So Thessa makes more varied content. So if you think he's funny, you can find a link to his perspective of this stream in the description. And that way you will also be able to find his channel if you're interested. And I think that is everything I have. We've had good discussion
that's about
about raid optimization. Burst optimization. What did you say, Tessa?
I said no. I just said that's about it.
Okay. With that, good afternoon, or good night, or good morning, depending on where you are in the world. Apparently, Sib went to bed.
It's went to bed and it's morning for me.
Nice.
It's
Oh, this
evening
is
here.
generally roughly when I go to bed anyway. My sleep schedule is so messed up. I might as well just be in like Europe or Asia, honestly.
Yeah, we are all over the world in this free company. So thank you all so much for watching, and I hope to see you all very soon.
Yes, and
Goodbye.
Thank you. And bye bye.
Ta-ta, bye-bye.